Hey YouTube, just filming a wee chemtrail here. I hope you can see it. There's a mad black line behind it. You can Google it, black line phenomenon. They get seen with chemtrails just to prove it as a chemtrail. Look. What is it? Who knows? What can be casting a shadow that isn't even there?
This is the Kev Baker Show. Answers to age-old questions, deciphering the world painted around you by the mainstream media. This is the Kev Baker Show. And now, here is your host, Kev Baker.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, YouTube, we are back again, and never fear, Kev Baker is here. Yes, I see everyone in the chat room panicking. I was a bit late getting in there today. And that's because I was too busy talking to today's guest. We were catching up, getting ready for today's show, which is going to be another cracker. Let me just tell you right here. Big shout out over there.
DJ Bison donated £2 through Super Chat. Been looking forward to being your burger for ages.
You're live, Nese.
I'm Bill Bean, the spiritual warrior, and this message is a somber message, but a contribution to the celebration of the life of Kev Baker. It's hard to believe that it's been over a year since he's passed, and I think of him every day and love and miss him, and I continue to pray for his family as well, and we keep them in prayer, and we will keep them in prayer in each and every day. And I do believe that in the end, Kev's family members will see him and be with him again in God's heavenly kingdom. And I'm just thankful that our mutual friend, Laura Maxwell in Scotland, connected us. We became connected when I went on the Kev Baker Show with Laura. And then we had an instant brotherhood and friendship from there. And it was great to know him. He was absolutely a brother and a dear friend, and he's greatly missed. So though I can't be a part of the tribute to his life, this is my small contribution in saying that I very much love and miss Kev, and love and pray for his family as well on a regular basis. So thank you very much for listening to these words, and much love and God bless all of you.
You're live, Nese and Jimmy. Take it away.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to the Kev Baker festivities for the day. And we're going to try to do our best to remember some what he meant to us. Nese, are you there? I see you there. There you go.
So my primary device just crashed on me. Interesting when it comes to the captain of technical shenanigans. And I think it would just be par for the course. But I apologize. I'm sorry. Pity and forgive me. If I may digress, Bonjour, Anin, Nese Indigenikas, Anishinaabuem, Kevin Richard Shores, Indigenikas, Jaganashi Moog, Makwa Nindundame, Menawa Nindogichida, Aki Minawa, Gawa Babi Ganikog, and Dunjiba, Minawa, Moorhead, Minnesota, Nungumin Day, Chimigwich, Gichimanadu, Gani Kana. Hello and hi. As some of you may or may not know, I Nese. I also go by my given Christian name, Kevin Richard Shores, but in homage to my Paleo-American, as the captain used to like repeating, background, I am Anishinaabe, and I utilize my Anishinaabe nickname, Nese. Thank you so much for being here within these precious moments and joining Jimmy and myself and all of those in the background that have supported this tribute remembrance stream to occur in homage to our beloved friend, family, incredible entity, Kevin David Baker, who now, over the course of a Gregorian calendar year, has transitioned from this physical realm into the next. I would guess and hope that he's on the beachfront having a pina colada or whatever he wishes on Speculation Island, because it was a honor, a privilege, an adventure, an absolute delight in my darkness to have the experiences that I have over the years with the captain. And I'm sure Jimmy can attest to this. And thank you, Jimmy, for jumping on and sharing these moments with us.
Oh, you're welcome, Nese. There's no place I'd rather be. And there's Ann in the chat room over at the website. And I'm super happy to be here. You know, I mean, it's been a year. It's been a particularly, for me anyway, it's been a particularly tough year as far as missing Kev, you know, because Kev Baker was a part of my afternoon for a lot of years, and way before I ever even got on the air. I used to listen to Kev back in the day. They were on a Orion network. And that was where Kev had his show and Joe had a show over there. There was a bunch of guys, a bunch of real good broadcasters over there. And then, you know, Chris and Cherie had started up True Frequency. They had their show, True Frequency, and then they came over and started up the network. And Kev Baker's show, Joe Joseph, and Popeye were the key ingredients to the beginning journey over at Truth Frequency Radio. And you know, obviously with Chris and Cherie there too, they had a giant following, and they wanted to do something different. And so there was this guy by the name of Shepard Ambellis, and he was about to start some network, and a bunch of people were going to go on there. And just, you know, at the last minute, a bunch of those people changed their mind and they came over to Truth Frequency Radio, and that's where, you know, their whole family had developed around this group of people every afternoon. You know, it was Kev. It was you know, I think it was Kev Baker, Joe Joseph, and Popeye all in a row every day, Monday through Friday. So, you know, it took up a big part of your day. And, you know, it was something to look forward to because the conversations were always lively. Everyone was always super knowledgeable, you know, and, you know, it's an evolution, ladies and gentlemen, you know, in this alternative, independent media that we find ourselves in, because, you know, it was a journey for all of us from the very beginning. And, you know, what it is now is not what it was when we first started. You know, when Kev first got on the air, there wasn't a million podcasts everywhere. There wasn't people doing what he was doing. You know, he was, you know, very much, I would even go so far as to say in the beginning he was like an activist almost. I mean, he was going to events and stuff, and, you know, but, you know, I mean, the years have gone by and things have changed quite a bit in the alternative media. And I mean, if you can go back and listen to some of the broadcasts that Kev Baker did and some of the conversations that were had, you can see over the years how, and it's right here in front of everybody, how we all go through changes. Okay. We, at one point, we think something. And then as we move on down the road and become more experienced and more knowledgeable, we start to be able to sift things out quicker when it's a thing. And so I think Kev Baker and I both were instrumental in really pointing out the griff and the LARP, you know, and it took both of us a really long time. You know, we had to each go through our own journeys. You know, I spent a lot of time on the air with Kev and Joe and Scotty. And, you know, at one point I was doing Kev's show, I was doing Joe's show, I was doing Freaky Friday, and I was doing my show when I was over there. So I spent quite a bit of time on the air with all those guys. And, you know, it was a very special time, you know, it really was. You know, I mean, I think one of the key moments is, you know, Kev had gotten Jordy Rose to come on. And this was after Anthony Patch had left TFR and started his own thing. And Kev had secured this this interview with Jordy Rose. And the thing is that Kev was 100% professional in every way. I mean, he treated the man with respect. He didn't treat the man like some fool asking stupid questions about the devil. But because he didn't do that, he didn't get the kind of reaction from the interview that he thought he was. And, you know, he said to me, he said, Jimmy, man, he goes, people don't want to know the truth. You know, he would have got 1 million views on there if he would have blindsided that dude or whatever and acted, you know, inappropriately just so to satisfy everybody else's desire. Because of all the things that have been said previously by Anthony Patch about the devil and Jordy Rose and this and that. And Anthony Patch contacted Kev about getting on. And you know the one thing Jordy Rose said about the interview? He didn't want Anthony Patch on it. So you know, he was pretty specific. And I think it was a great interview. And I think Kev got a lot out of him, Jordy Rose, without having to be a blindsider or a sensationalist trying to make a name for himself by just blindsiding somebody. You know what I mean, Nese? I mean,
well, Chris and Cherie, when they started up Truth Frequency Network, I was fortunate enough to not only do a bunch of guest spots because of my activism with veterans and veterans issues, and specifically Persian Gulf War illness, because I've been in this realm 25 years. And it was really interesting in my awakening of this alternative media. You know, I have seen them come and go, the different hosts. And when I was fortunate to be co-host on the Phoenix Rising show on TFR on Tuesdays and Thursdays, my preparatory for the show was listening to Kev. And I'm like, who is this delightful Scottish accent? And I used to call in when he would do open lines and totally share my absolute Homo sapien love for his accent. And we started kind of kindling a relationship there. And then when Chris and Cherie no longer were doing the Friday night shows, and then they started the Freaky Friday show. And then they even had a show on Saturday night. And then after some nights late, they would have Hangar 18, where it would just be the host letting loose, letting all inhibitions go. And we would just talk about the craziest woo and conspiracies that you could imagine. And it was just a joyous time. And so eventually, at some point, calling into Freaky Friday, Kev uh, sent me a message and said, "Hey, are you interested in coming on a show?" And so we started doing shows with KBS, and then Freaky Friday opened up, and that had some transition in. And then they approached me and said, "Hey, I was a frequent caller." And sometimes I would think he would even nag me into calling, because he'd always make a comment about Kevin from Minnesota calling. And so I would take the bait and call in with the thoughts of my craziness or insanity. And it just sprouted from there. And the fondness that I have for this entity is incredible. And if I can digress again, as an Anishinaabe, we have a grieving period of a moon year calendar. And at the last new moon was the transition date of the captain, because it was January 2nd, 2022, but it was also on the new moon. And we have a ceremony ritual which is basically called the wiping away of tears. And this is where I felt in my grievance process, because we all have our own particulars. We're all miraculous perfections of unique individualism, and we go through our grieving process as we do individually. And so I wanted to take the opportunity to create this tribute, this remembrance, in that traditional teaching of the wiping away of tears, because it is joyous. It is joyous, the occasion of being present in this precious moments, to reflect on this individual that touched so many people. And that was one of the things that I absolutely adored about this entity, is that he may not agree with what you are saying, but he would allow you the opportunity to say it and share it. And he had his opinions and his thoughts on things, but when he had guests on, he gave them that respect, and it was just like a conversation. And it was funny, because when I got on board and I would come in with notes and things prepared in advance, and then Kev would always joke and say, "Just set them aside, Nese, because we're just going to ride the wave and see where it goes." And from that attitude, remarkable streams occurred. And the KBS, lives, lives in joyous remembrance, especially at the KBS Discord, which I believe Mr. Wizard is going to drop into the chat. Also, we wanted to make it known that on the banner of the stream, we have a PayPal account, and this is for Ann, Kev's partner, and for Kevin Jr. And that goes directly to Ann. If anybody I know in these tight times that we're in, if there's anything that you can contribute, I would be greatly appreciative, because the void that was created from the transition of this individual is still being felt today. I have been on such a roller coaster these last 2 months in preparing this tribute and getting hold of people and re-listening to KBS. And it was wonderful. And at times it was painful. And I wouldn't change it for the world, because here we are now with this opportunity of sharing these precious moments to reflect on the joy that this individual brought us.
Well, that was super powerful, Nese. This is the Kev Baker Remembrance party, and we have a whole stack of people lined up that are going to join in. And yeah, so what you brought up about the organic nature of a conversation with Kev Baker, that's an important point to bring up. Because originally, when I got into doing radio, I was here for a specific reason, and that was that I had gotten cancer, and I was pretty sure that I got it from working with wireless. So the whole reason I was on air most of the time was to go around talking about wireless and so forth. And so that's how I originally got on the Kev Baker show. Was I had landed on TFR, and I did a show, and I had Alana Freeland on, and I had this other dude. I can't remember his name now. Anyways, it was after that Kev had me on. But here's the thing, as I'd never really planned on, I planned on doing radio, but I had a specific thing in mind. And so when I started to have conversations with Kev Baker, I was having a real conversation with him. It's not like I walk around the world looking for any ear to sit there and dump whatever information I may have in my head, or what I've learned, or through experience and in the world. I don't just walk around telling everybody that stuff. But for some reason, he was able to get me to just, I've never been my best on the air. When I was on with Kev Baker, I was always my best. Number one, when I first started going on there, this is when he was super big on YouTube before they messed with his channel. And he was super meticulous about when you're on the show. It's like, he was super professional, and he didn't mess around, man. I mean, when they call him the captain, man, that's what they mean, the captain, because he ran a tight ship. But in any event, the conversations that were had, I'm sure that other people will probably attest to the same thing, is that it was just the simple way that you were in conversation with Kev, that he would say a certain thing, or he'd bring something up that would spark this domino effect in your mind, that would, bring the information forward. It's just something magical would happen. And I think if you go back and listen to a lot of the shows, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And that's, like we were saying earlier with the Jordy Rose interview, it's the same thing. He might not have said he worships the devil, but he said a bunch of other really good stuff on there. So if you haven't seen the Jordy Rose interview, head on over to the Kev Baker channel, and check that out, because it's there. And these years have gone by, and nothing is the same as it used to be. So at the actual moment that Kev exited stage left, the world since then has changed in a very intense way, and it's too bad that we don't have Kev here to spark up conversations with people on the air about what's going on in the world, because there's quite a bit going on. There's quite a bit that needs to be talked about and understood, and in an open platform that Kev, put together here, called the Kev Baker Show, a place where people came, a place where people congregated, and families developed out. I mean, still people in the chat room. I've been seeing him here for years, literally, decade, maybe 10 years, maybe. Who knows? Doesn't matter. What matters is you're here now, and what we're talking about is Kev Baker. Is there somebody scheduled to come on here now? So who is scheduled to come on, and we'll just call them out on the air here and say, hey, now join us on StreamYard. So who's next? Do you guys know?
Well, I'm waiting for Mr. Wizard in my other ear. I have 3 different devices in front of me, running to try to get through all the avenues, especially being blind.
Right.
So
it's hard to navigate it, especially being blind.
Yeah. So as soon as Mr. Wizard hits me up in my ear, we'll bring them on board.
Well, I'm just saying, if you need us to rattle their cage or whatever to let them know it's time to call in or whatever on the StreamYard, because they might not know it's a specific time they got to call in or whatever. So, but anyway, you know who you are. If you're due, give us a call on the StreamYard thing. So
yes, they do have the StreamYard link, and they have their time segments or their slots, as we called it. And so I didn't want to put out a list because I didn't want to have expectations. And I think it's a little more delightful when we get surprised, but we have individuals that have shared these incredible experiences with that throughout this stream are going to show up. We're also at one point going to be presenting the StreamYard link for the chat in order to have you, the listeners, because when it came down to it, to talk a little bit about myself, after the Phoenix Rising show was no longer done,
it was funny that you brought up Phoenix Rising, because Kev and I were busting balls on the Q thing, and Phoenix Rising was totally into the Q thing, and then all of a sudden Phoenix Rising left TFR, but you were on there for a long time before any of that Q stuff happened. How long were you on there for? Like 2 years or something?
3 years.
Yeah,
I did 3 years with Phoenix Rising, and then there was, some changing of the guards in TFR, and some things shifted, and it is what it was, and there was, it's just the nature of the beast when you go into this realm of it. Because I stepped away from the conspiracy theorist realm in 2010 when I was just absolutely disgusted with the infighting and the squabbling, and it just was too much, and then I would still communicate with Chris and Cherie, and we would discuss about me doing a show, and I'd be on the fence and stuff, and I was like, okay, I'll do it with Phoenix. And I did that with Phoenix. And then, like I was saying, listening to Kev and stuff. And that's the other thing about Kev. I give him so much respect in the fact that he was loyal. He was loyal to Chris and Cherie with TFR because they did allow a platform to be utilized for individuals to start their streams, start their podcasts, their channels, and you even at a time had a Saturday night slot, and look where you've gone from there.
I had a Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night slot, and I had a Monday midday slot, and I got thrown off of there twice for no reason. The second time I got thrown off of there was because I put my link to my YouTube channel in the chat, and Brooks Agnew saw it and went and squawked, and they threw me off of there. And
well, this is the challenge.
I kept my archives.
Yeah, this is the challenge of the nature of the beast of this industry. And it's unfortunate sometimes where it turns into an industry, instead of trying to bring forth the light of the truth. And this is another thing where I was pulled in by Kev because I was kind of on the fence about doing Freaky Friday. And then I did it a little bit more and a little more. And then next thing you know, I find myself 3 years in Freaky Friday. And then as the challenges that Kev was dealing with would increase, then it started being a Monday with Kev Baker, because we used to joke about Scary Mary would call us the Lunar Brothers or the Moon Brothers, and Monday is Moon Day. And so it was my delight to wake up Monday morning and receive a message from Kev saying, "Are you ready to go?" And I'm there with bells and whistles on. And if I may share, my most favorite memory is I woke up, I didn't get a message from Kev, and this is back when I was using full spectrum cannabis oil in my morning coffee. And I had a new girl that was helping me with my daily living activities, and she didn't hear me request a teaspoon of my oil, and she put in a tablespoon of my oil. And it wasn't much longer after that occurred that I get the message, or no, actually, I think he called me and he said, "Hey, I'm sorry, it's been a busy day. Are you up for the show?" And I explained to him what has happened. And I said, "Well, are you okay with me being unleashed?" And then that started becoming the joke, with Kev saying, "Okay, Nese is unleashed," because then he would let me go. And I believe on that particular show, I think I was howling and barking during the show. And these archives can be found on Kev's YouTube channels, and we are trying to get the rest of his shows from TFR to share with it. But this was the joy of Kev, where anything would go. And it was really interesting because in the last couple of years, there was a game that had to be played with YouTube, and we would call it the algorithm gymnastics, because there were certain trigger words or buzzwords that would all of a sudden have these different platforms come crashing down on you. And that was one thing where Kev was definitely adamant about, because he worked so hard on getting the following. And that is why he did it. He so enjoyed you, the listeners, being part of it. And I think, with that being said, if I could inconvenience you, Jimmy, if you have the chat there open, is it possible that we could give people their dopamine fix and share a little serotonin and give a shout out?
Sure. I mean, as long as they're scrolling. So Polynation's over there. What's up, Connie? Good to see you. ZX, Sid Bitch is over there. Ben's over there. Let me see who else. A channel about nothing is over there. And then let me see over on my channel. Hey Marty, what's happening? Greg's over there. Last one, Mike Davis. Let me see. Pedro's over there. Martin, good to see you, Martin. Elevate. You guys, if you over here, and B Baker's over there. Billy Joe's over there. Kev Baker. Carol, keep going, you guys. Keep putting your names in there. Buzzacino's there. Yeah, keep typing hello in there, and then I can see your name scrolling by. I can only see so much of it. So anyways, there they are. Some still there, and they're there.
Speaking of your channel, why don't you share your great news of what your endeavors are?
Yeah, so we got a network started. It's called Independent Broadcast Network. We're going out live over it right now. You can find it at intothemicrocosm.com. There's a player on there. Our show normally airs at 9 o'clock Pacific, 12 midnight on Friday nights. And we are going to be there tonight. We go out over Revolution Radio. You can find us on TalkStream Live tonight. And we appreciate it. So come on by. Got a great show. It's going to be the Epic Journeyman, Rockin' Rio, Bruce McDonald. I think Charlie Robinson's going to be there. Nano Girl's going to be there. And we're probably going to be doing a little late night discussion about the old Kev Baker. So, Nese, thanks a lot for allowing me to tell you where to find us. Like I said, intothemicrocosm.com, you can go there, and then you can find the player and how to hook up with the other net. We got some great people on there. Doc McCarron's going to be doing a show on Also, quite frankly, he's doing a show on there every day, 4 o'clock Pacific. So it'll be good. I wanted to talk to you too, Nese, and some other people here around the Kev Baker show that we're thinking about putting a show together. So there's discussions going on in the background. So just keep an eye out for it. You know, we're going to give the family a time and a place and a chance to have a platform. So we're looking forward to it. So,
Mr. Wizard, why don't you bring that individual in on the conversation?
All right, so listen, I'm going to hang out here for a minute with Mercedes, and then when you guys get going here, I'm going to step off for a bit. I'll be back, but I'm just going to have myself on mute. I'm going to go get myself a hot cup of coffee. It's freezing cold in Northern California. It's been raining like 40 days and 40 nights here. So it's freezing cold and damp, so I need to get myself another cup of coffee out here.
Freezing cold. I'm in the northern Minnesota. And we can have a discussion about freezing cold.
Hey, it's all relative. It's relative, dude. You know, I'm out here sitting there, and believe me, it's cold. But Mercedes is here. Hey, Mercedes, what's happening?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
That's awesome. You know, I heard, I just got in from work, and I'm like, oh my God. And I heard you guys talking, and yeah, so you know, I gotta say thank you for putting this on, both of you. And it's just, I just feel such an honor to even just be listening to what you're saying. It's just awesome. So grateful to be a part of this, you know.
Well, not only did you create something incredible, but you've had these experiences with the captain also. Do you care to share more details with that?
Yeah, you know what? It's you know, kind of like you guys, what you're talking about being on this this format. Well, before I met Bill Bean, and then when I met Bill Bean, that brought me straight into warrior mode. Before I even had Bill Bean come and work with our family, I was told to watch warrior mode. And I was never really on watching YouTube shows at all at that time. But previous to my work with media, I was on radio. We did a lot of radio, we did a lot of television, and I did a lot of that kind of format before I became a like a intuitive therapist, or whatever you want to call me. So what had happened when I met Bill, or through trying to get an exorcism done for our family and our land, then like I said, I listened to the Kev Baker show right away once I heard of warrior mode. So we're talking about it was like night and day. The second I started watching warrior mode and found Kev Baker, then I instantly went to Kev Baker, watching every single show I could. I was just hooked on it. So I watched listened to Freaky Friday. I watched Freaky Friday. So I heard all of you. I heard Jimmy. I heard you, Nese. You know, everybody that was on, and so I was just like almost addicted to it right away. Well, so then by the time we actually got the first exorcism done, or Bill calls them deliverances, then Kev had me to come on to the KBS, the Kev Baker show, to talk about it. So that next week, I was on the show with Kev Baker, and he was so wonderful to me and so kind to me. And it's like all of a sudden, we just kind of, you know, he knew what was happening to our family. He knew what was happening to us because of Bill always, you know, putting us on the prayer list and talking. So talking about it. So it's like we all, I don't know, we all kind of bonded. And then the next thing you know, we're on the warrior mode show. And so we did a lot of the warrior mode shows for that year, talking about, you know, the transitions that our family was going through. But during that time, I would communicate with Kev Baker because he knew that I had a media background, and, you know, the music that I was working on, I started to work on again, because it was like an inspiration. It's almost like you guys have mentioned, like once you got around him, it's like he somehow knew, you know, he knew who you were. And he had a way of, I still feel like he's here. Okay. It's hard for me to even say that he isn't here, because I believe in spirit he is here. So, but he had a way of somehow just making you feel as if you could do it. You could create what you needed to create, and you were special. I think he made everyone feel very special and unique. And so what happened was, I had told him about wanting to have my own show, to get a show going. And so he was very, very positive about that. And so I started to play around with Unveiling Mystery to start to talk about what was going on with our family and the land. And that's how it all began. And, um, it was like he was very instrumental in helping me or advising me in subtle ways, and even in small ways. But it was like that dialogue with him every so often was very much instrumental in helping me to create this format, which I did. And now I do have the show, and then I just got picked up on a network. And I mean, it's like weird how it all really happened. But if it hadn't been for Kev and his inspiring words to me, I don't know if I would have done that or not. So I really am thankful to him. And it was very traumatic for all of us when I thought he was getting better uh, in December, like I think we all did. And the interesting thing is, I started to create a song called "A Better You," the spiritual warrior song, which is about all the stuff that I've gone through, and how I can be a better person from it, and how each day we're a better person, and how we can fight. Part of the line is, if you're a spiritual warrior like me, well, I thank you all for your bravery. It talks about demons. And, these are conversations that we would talk about on Warrior Mode, and that they always talked about on Warrior Mode. So, warriors. And I believe that Kev and everyone part of Warrior Mode, to me, they were warriors to me, and they were very instrumental in keeping me sane through that time for my family. And when I came to start to create this song, I did not know I did not know that Kev was in the hospital at that moment, on those days leading up to what happened. The very interesting thing is that right as I was doing the recording of the song, I felt as if I wasn't I laid down some tracks, and then I thought, you know what? No, I could hear Kev's voice in my head saying, "Fifth, strength, courage." Can you I mean, am I rambling too much?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
It's a joy listening to it, because I I can agree with what you're sharing about the special experience
Yeah.
that happened. But
So
we
so
have a
when they
little
when they
thing
say
with
I just wanted to say that one thing I kept hearing his voice in his accent saying fifth, strength, and courage. That's what he always ended the show with on Warrior Mode, right? Well, I kept hearing it. I kept hearing it. So I stopped the studio thing and I said, I've got to go figure this out. So I went in and I started within minutes. All of a sudden, a brand new part came into my head. And you'll hear that in the song. Originally, that song was not supposed to have faith, strength, and courage. And it just flew out of my brain into the music, and I created it. I went into the studio and I put that in the song, and that's one of my favorite parts of the song. And so then that it was him. He was talking to me in my head. So then when I found out the next day I was going to call him, I was going to say, look, I kept hearing your voice, and I was going to say something to him and message him. And then right about a few minutes into that, Bill Bean messaged me, right, like the same day I was going to message Kev. Bill Bean messaged me and told me we needed to start praying. And I was so shocked because I thought he was okay. I thought Kev was okay. And then, well, then we all know what happened, and it was a horrible, sad day. Um, but what I did then was I knew right away I would make it a tribute. So I went in through all of the footage I could find of Kev, and then I asked Anne if it would be okay if I could just take some of the footage that we had of Kev speaking. So I went back to KBS, that show I was on, and I took some of that, and I took some of the warrior mode, and I put them all to we did it ourselves. We put it all together, and we created a tribute for him a year ago. And I love it. I love this song, and I love every time I hear him in it. It makes me smile. I feel like he's still there. He was so kind to me. He'd always say, like, he'd always call me Lucky. He could, you know, I said, don't know why I'm calling you Lucky, but I just, you know, because he'd always call me that instead of Mercedes. But it was really cute. Anyway, I will stop talking now, but I believe that he came through and helped with that song, just like I believe that he came through and somehow helped me be able to create this show that was just a thought that I had talked to him about. I
Well,
Yeah.
again, to digress, and I
Okay.
apologize for the glitch that occurred at the startup of the show. Of course, as some people may have recognized the technical shenanigans that would happen sometimes with Kev and the shows, I'm not surprised at all. But I wanted to make mention about Kevin Dave Baker. We had very similar parallel lives. He, like myself, joined the military, and he didn't join the Scottish military. He joined the United Kingdom, and he was a radioman. And I myself was a radioman too. And
Wow.
then he met an incredible individual, Anne.
Oh,
And through that partnership, him and Anne had Kevin Jr. And as we've stated, January 2nd was his transition, and his beautiful mother, Pearl.
I
And and if I can say hello, mother, because uh, I I I don't know if I coerced her into adopting me as a secondary mother, but thank you, Pearl, and thank you, Anne, because to go back a little bit about how this occurred is because of my experiences with Kev, we got introduced to the Discord family, the KBS family on Discord. And I, in a sense, became like an ambassador or go between the KBS family and Kev. And it was so wonderful to be part of the KBS family because you would find out all of these people that Kev Baker touched. And with the last 3 years of the occurrence of the strangeness of the incredible changes that we just continue to get bombarded with, you know, people utilize that opportunity to gather.
yeah.
And they would gather on KBS and listen to the show, and Kev would broadcast on the Discord at the same time. And we would be in the chat rooms and sharing, and it was joyous, and
Yeah.
so that was so beautiful to witness. And I would go back to Kev and say, brother, you know, I give you all the kudos there is, because and this is why I was at his beck and call. I told him right away, because of, I honored him so much, and I stood by his message and his method of sharing, that I made that pledge to him. If you need me, I'll be there. And he was there for a lot of us. And as you just shared, and if I can ask Mr. Wizard, we're going to share this beautiful song, and go for it. I might have caught him off guard there. But as it's about to play, I just wanted to give a shout out to the KBS family that gave me support in bringing this together. And I didn't want to do it without Ann's permission or Pearl's permission,
Right.
and to ask the KBS what they expected from us in doing this. And so thank you all that have participated and supported this occurring. And how about now, Mr. Wizard?
I see it. There he is. I don't hear it.
Well, we might have to have the live version. Mercedes, do you have your instruments at hand?
Yeah, actually, but the whole beginning is Kev talking. It starts out with him talking, and then he's in it 3 different times. So he's in the beginning, he's in the middle, and he closes it out at the end with faith, strength, and courage.
Well, minimally, if we can drop the link to your song in the chat,
Yeah,
that would be fantastic.
yeah, and it's it's on my website right there. It's on my Facebook. We did send in some links, so I definitely have links. It's on my it's everywhere. So it's really great. I'm glad that you have it up here. And the special thing about this is that I really would like those that actually go and download the song off Apple or wherever there's different places it's on. You can download it. I would like to just give that money to Ann and Kev Jr. as well. Now I didn't really have any way to bring it out to the world except my little way, but that wasn't too much. So, for people that are here, that's really my intent to make the tribute, was to help Ann and their son Kev. And so that's what happens if you do there's 2 different versions of the song. One is without Kev, and then one is with Kev. So that's the one, that you could definitely go and download that. And it's definitely says tribute, just like what you saw right there. So,
and over here in my chat room, D Light is asking, what is the PayPal link to donate to Ann? So if you can put that over there in the chat room, I'll snap it up and drop it over here too, Nese. If you could put the PayPal me for the donations, or somebody, Mr. Wizard.
Johnny, I just saw that in the YouTube link just a minute ago when I was on the YouTube chat. I saw that link there for sure.
Well, Jimmy's also doing a stream with his Into the Microcosm.
Okay.
Yeah,
and if there's anybody can drop that hyperlink to Ann's PayPal, that'd be greatly appreciative.
Yeah, maybe Marty's around. Maybe Marty could do it. That'd be really cool if you could. There you go. I see it. All right, thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah, so did Mr. Wizard get that? Are we awaiting this the revealing of the Mercedes?
I think we were getting the video, but we weren't getting audio.
I saw the video going by on YouTube, but I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I didn't either, but I saw him.
I saw him too.
I hope I didn't call you Johnny just then. Did I do that? I hope not, Jimmy.
Johnny.
I did. Johnny, Jimmy.
Hey, Johnny Whistles, if you're listening, man, call in, bro. Hey, if you want, I have a number that's my show number that I can give out to have people call in on it, and you'll hear it just like you hear me. So if you guys want to give out the number, I can definitely do that. So just let me know. But anyway, yeah, the PayPal link is there. I'm going to try to grab it here as it's going by, and I'm going to drop it into the My Cosmic Jimmy Jean Strike Zone channels where They need it, and they're over there. They hear you. Nese, everybody's really happy and really respectful about all the things that have been being said. So Mercedes, they can find this where on Apple, on iTunes. You can download it.
Yeah, so it's all under my official name, Mercedes Lucky Benedict. That's my website too, mercedesluckybenedict.com. So you can find links to the music there. But if you put my name in Apple, Amazon, and all of those musical, venues, that song title, tribute to Kev Baker, and then also a Better You, the spiritual warrior song. But my name will pull it up. My name will pull it up. And then I think it's only 99 cents to download. But if we could get people to actually, just download it, then whenever that comes around, that get a payment from that type of thing, then, we will forward that immediately to Anne. So anyway, whatever it is, all I want to do is I just wanted to show how much he meant to me. And that's why I made that song for him and them. And God bless his whole family. I just love Pearl, and I love his brother. And I will say one thing, my husband, I asked him to create something. He's an artist, and he did finish it. He's got 3 things that we're sending out next week. They're all the same thing, and they'll be going to Pearl and to Kenny and to Anne and Kev. So they'll be going, 3 of them will be going to Scotland, and they're special made just for them. He's never made anything like this before, and it's really a special monument to them about Kev from us.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And again, the link was dropped in the chat room to check out Mercedes.
Yeah.
And then maybe as we progress, if we get another gap, we'll try to throw it in there. One thing that I wanted to bring up is, in reaching out to all these different guests and joining us in the tribute, I wanted to request individuals, there are a lot of challenges that we go through of disease and dis-ease. And it is never really known when that time may occur. And all we have are these precious moments to share the joy of the gift of experiencing each other. And Scotty Lopez is going through some medical challenges right now, and he wishes that he could be here. He may still pop in, but he had a long day today. Also, Popeye just had surgery on his back just a few days ago.
Wow.
And we reached out to Johnny Whistles, and Johnny Whistles, as people may know, he's not super involved with robots or techno energy. And so we're hoping that he might be able to figure out the hyperlink to join us.
Well, he can call. If you want to, I can give him a number if you want to have him just call me on Skype or whatever. I can pipe him in. He's got my contact on Skype. So all you got to do is I'll take his call on Skype, and you guys will hear it here. So if you're out there, Johnny, don't you touch that dial, boy. Get out there, give me a call. You have my contact in there, John. I'll send him a message on Skype. See if he's around. You see Johnny's over there, man. Don't it touch that dial. I used to wait for that every day. Used to sit there waiting, just waiting. And let me just say, there was a cult of the Whistler, man. The Whistler in the chat room, the Kev Baker show, man. People love Johnny Whistles, boy.
And when he used to call out everybody's name from the chat rooms.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? Johnny Whistles was, part of the Kev Baker experience, man. And don't he touch that dial. Remember that?
And his shotgun.
That's right. He didn't like the robotics. Old Johnny, man. I saw, I think Yeah, hopefully you call in. I don't want to reveal anything there, but yeah. So hopefully he'll give us a call. Johnny,
Maybe we can manifest him to join us. Do you have anything else that you wanted to share with us, Mercedes? We're just waiting for the
No,
next entity.
yeah, I mean, I just really wanted to, just say how much I really appreciated listening and still listening to both of you talking about, how it originally began and how you met each other. Because when you get absorbed in all of your conversations, when you're listening to you, like I was before I actually knew anybody, or got together on Facebook, it's just fascinating all the topics that you would come up with. And the fact that what is happening in our world right now, most of those topics that you had all discussed, and there's a lot of people on the chat right now that I know have even been on the KBS show and your shows, but that is what's happening right now. So you were cutting edge, right? You were right there with it before it was actually about to happen, and it did happen.
yeah, I mean, there's things people say off the cuff today, like they're talking about anything known. Like I say the word basketball or whatever. I mean, the stuff we were talking about the social engineering that was going on, the program that was going on Facebook and YouTube. I mean, literally, the Kev Baker show was years ahead of what was happening, and it was before there was whistleblowers either. Because we were on here and we were all doing research, and Scotty was on, everybody was on, and Scotty was the one who came up and found the original Facebook, which was LifeLog or whatever it was. I can't remember, but Scotty was the one that broke that.
Wow.
Kev Baker and in conjunction with Anthony Patch discovered that the chipset for Geordie Rose's quantum computer matched the floor plan for the Temple of Solomon.
Wow.
There's been a lot of things on the Kev Baker show that were he was cutting edge, and you couldn't just get it. He anything that happened, there's no way you could just come on here with some information or whatever, because like he would vet everything. Like if I sent him a picture or something, he'd look at the metadata on the picture to see what year it was or whatever. So he was very serious about anything that went out over the air on the Kev Baker show and over the years. And so it was always a pleasure to be a part of that. And I see there's somebody in the green room getting ready to come on here, Nese. So Mercedes, thank you so much for popping in, and thanks for so much for your creative expression and your love for Kev and creating this piece of music for people to they can enjoy it, and they can go over and download it, and a portion of that will go to the family, or some of it, or all of it, whichever it may be. There it is.
Yeah, and I'm happy to donate all of it to help them. And and you get to hear Kevin, he's happy, and that's what I love about it. And one thing I want to say before we go is, like, I loved when he talked about Anne, and when he talked about Pearl and his brother and his son, and I think that made everybody love his family. We all loved his family, and that's one thing. I feel like they're our family. Everyone, I feel like we're all family because of Kev. And so, anyway, thank you guys. It's an honor to be on this. Thank you for letting me be on here. Thank you.
I enjoyed listening to the accuracy of Anne and her shoe as the years progressed. And thank you again, Mercedes. And may you have a beautiful day and share the giggles.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day, and God bless everybody.
There she goes, Mercedes Benedict.
That was great.
But there's somebody here in the green room I see, and I'm super excited to know that person's there. So I guess whenever you guys come forth with the next, there he is.
Hello.
Hey, Ben.
Hey,
it's
Hello.
Ben Emlyn Jones, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing, Ben?
I'm fine, Jimmy. It's good to talk to you again. Nese, it's great to meet you, and it's a real honour to be on this show. It's a year since Kev left
Yeah.
us, and I miss him. You'll miss him, and this is a wonderful idea doing this tribute live stream on the anniversary of his death. It's a great idea.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Ben. And it was an absolute delight also to hear the shows that you did with Kev Baker and the wide spectrum that you and Kev would share with topics. Do you have any of those fond memories of specific topics that you enjoyed?
Oh, so many, Nese, so many. It's like it's hard to know where to start. I mean, I did 78 shows with Kev altogether. He first got in touch with me when we were both on Christopher Everard's show on TFR, and he asked me to be a guest on his show, and I agreed, and we went on there, and it was just like it just was such a good time that Kev immediately invited me back, and this was in 2015, and we continued to collaborate. He had me on as a regular slot, and this became a part of my life. You know, it's like second Tuesday of the month, I'm talking to Kev for 2 hours. It's like that. He became like this regular person I meet up with. And of course, everyone who listened, and I got to know a few people in the Discord and things like that. And not as many as I'd liked because I was always on the show, but I was there. It was something that I just got used to, and I listened to some of his other shows as well, and I really enjoyed them. And it was like a family. It was like a group of people who built like a huge. It's almost like a town of people. There's so many people
Yeah.
who built themselves around this show, and it's definitely TFR's greatest achievement, and to have Kev on their repertoire, and it really, really is.
Well, you did a show with him right before the tragedy, and
Yeah.
I was on
Yeah.
I was on with you, and I recently on Thanksgiving I replayed that show, and I hadn't listened to it since we did it, and it was really interesting to me because Kev and I, before you came on, and then you jumped in on it too. We were talking about all the people in the alternative media who weren't with us anymore.
Yeah.
We spent like 5 minutes talking about it, and it was just a couple of weeks later that things changed. And so I thought it was really interesting that we had touched on those issues, and it's just really it was kind of shocking a little bit, but. That was a great show though. I mean, we went everywhere. We were talking about the moon, that shack on the moon. I don't remember that. Yeah. So I mean, we had a great time, and it was a great show. And he really, like I say, he gave 110%, ladies and gentlemen, in every instance. I mean, some of these times, he really had to, meditate, to get, on there. And make it happen. So, especially, like we're talking about towards this, towards a tragic moment that we all have, that we've thought about over the past year. I mean, Ben, it's like, you can still find him, and you can still listen. You can just push play, and you can still find him. So, technically, he's still in the ether space for everybody to find and enjoy. And that's kind of what we're talking about tonight. So help people reinvestigate some of the work that he did, because believe me, there was cutting edge. And I mean, with you on there, how many? 78 times, Ben?
Yeah, there's 78 shows I did with him. And I was on. I remember that show. I mean, I've listened to it myself a couple of times. The last show I did with Kev, it was literally just less than 2 weeks before he died. I didn't know he was that sick. I mean, I knew he was ill. I mean, he'd been ill for like about 3 years, and he'd been in hospital in and out. And I thought, well, how bad is he, and things like this. There was no indication at that time that this would be one of the last shows he ever did. This was just before he got to spend one last Christmas in 2021 with his family and with his mum and his wife and his kid, and that's great. It's great he had that last chance to spend Christmas with his family.
Yeah.
And then he went into hospital. I remember hearing he'd gone into hospital, and I thought, oh, I hope he's all right. I look forward to him coming back out again, because we'd already booked to do the next show in January 2022. The last thing he did is he put it in your diary, Ben. It's in my 2022 diary. Kev Baker, Tuesday, it was the second or third Tuesday of the month, and I thought, that's all right. He'll come out of hospital again, and he'll be okay. And then I heard that he passed away, and I was just like we were saying on the show, Jimmy, you know, he's part of a, and almost it feels like a mass exodus of people
Yeah.
from our community who are leaving, and it's like the elves leaving Middle Earth in Lord of the Rings. It feels like that. It's almost like
Yeah.
these great souls are departing this world because it's time for the rest of us to get on, you know, to get on with what we're doing, and they've been guiding us, and now it's time for them to let go of the reins and for us to carry on our own. That's how it feels like, and he's like there's other people. There's Gareth Davis of the Mindset Podcast. There's Ian R. Crane. There's a couple of other people. Literally within a space of less than 12 months, all these people died. A lot of them were not that old actually. Kev is the youngest of them, but all of them are sort of middle aged or so. And it doesn't feel like a coincidence to me. It just doesn't. And I just
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, he swore me to secrecy about anything. You know, like I couldn't mention anything. And I didn't. You know, whenever I gave my word to him, I kept it. And so, so I mean, for me, I felt bad when it happened, because I felt like if I would have, you know, come out and said something, then a whole bunch of people could have prayed ahead of time. You know what I mean? It's just like trying to, you know, it's grasping at straws, because the bottom line is, you know, we at some point in our lives, we do the thing that we're here to do, and when we're done with whatever that was, then that, you know, pretty much I think maybe that's the time we exit, you know, stage left or whatever. So maybe you know, he did what he had to do, and now he's preparing the way for others in the future. You know, who knows? You know, when the moment of truth comes, maybe Kev's going to be one of the people I see when I walk into the Green Valley wearing my white long robes and, you know, my looking like I was when I was 25. But I don't know. That's my kind of heaven. But go ahead, Benny. So yeah.
I don't know what will happen at the end of my life. I mean, of course, Kev was a great believer in the afterlife. I am too, and this is not because of a religious doctrine. It's because we were both interested in psychical research. I mean, he and I had a very different, similar background, and our development and our interests tally very much. And we both believe very much in the afterlife. We discussed this many times. I don't know what's going to happen to me when I go to whatever it is that awaits me. You know, I'll find Kev wherever he is. I will find him. I'll go through Dante's Inferno and Purgatory, and I'll climb every single level of hell.
That's what I'm saying. He's going to be.
I'll find him. I'll find him and I'll shake his hands. I'll do everything I can to find him when my time comes. I swear. If he's not waiting for me already, I'll find him.
Well, one of the beautiful things that occurs is those tiny little occurrences where it brings us that memory of the captain, whether for me it being Monday morning or the new moon or Fridays, you know, because before his transition, you know, we're going back and forth, you know, are you up for doing Freaky Friday? You know, and it was at the end of the year, and he shared where he was, you know, and so we knew it wasn't going to happen. And then, like Jimmy said, it's like, you know, we will continue to ask ourselves, why did we not do this? Could we have done that? Well, we'll question, you know, the past. We get caught up in that incredible haunting word, if, what if, you know, and it is what it was. And now we just have these fond memories, you know, and I can hear it in your guys' voices and the other individuals that I talk to when we reference the captain, because it is an incredible experience. And I don't mean to diminish anybody else, because we're all miraculous perfections of unique individualism. And we hold some people in higher regards because we've had more opportunity to experience those precious moments. And this is why we're here today, remembering this incredible individual. And also, I wanted to share again that if you notice on the banner, there is a direct link to Ann's PayPal. And if you have anything extra this month, if you could contribute to assist Ann and to assist, Junior in the occurrence of life, because the void was created. And I'm sure it has been a challenge, for Ann and Kev Jr. and Kenneth and Pearl. And so if you even have some extra energy of positivity, if you can direct it in their general direction to assist in that manner too. But one thing that we're talking about, well, communicating about, Ben, is that you and Kev also had a common joy about the Mandela effect.
Yeah. This was a subject we discussed so many times, and Kev actually really brought me into it. When I first heard the term Mandela effect, it was on one of Kev's shows, not mine. It was one of the others. And when I got to talk to him about it, he kind of introduced me and explained what it was. And when he explained what it was, I went and looked into it, and I was astonished at what I discovered. It turns out that indeed I am a Looney Tunes guy. The Looney Tunes cartoons I loved as a child, and I remember asking my parents when I must have been about 5 years old. I remember asking them, what does tunes mean? And they said to me, it's called tunes because it's like short for cartoons. And that's also how Americans pronounce the word tunes. They pronounce it tunes. So if you're American, it's kind of a pun. I thought, oh, right, because tunes was a word doesn't exist really, certainly in Britain, in English, in British English. And you know what? That memory, because the skeptics will say, well, that's just a false memory, but it's something I remember so clearly. So when I discovered it was actually Looney Tunes, and it had always been Looney Tunes, ever since it started, these cartoon series ran from 1939 to 69. In all those years, almost 30 years, these wonderful, funny, hilarious cartoons were produced. It was always Looney Tunes, and I was astonished. And that's just one example of it. And Kev had a fun, a wondrous, fun-like attitude to these sort of things. He had a sense of humor. He had a sense of fun. This was something he could enjoy. It was one of the lighter sides of this whole business that he was into. He was always an optimist. He was always he would always embrace these things as something to be cherished, as making life brighter and more interesting. And I really, really like that about him, because I obviously, when you get into the conspiratorial world, you get into some pretty dark. There's some very dark things that go on, and it can be very, very depressing. And if of course, we have to face reality, but if you face it too much, you end up losing your mind. You've got to take care of your own sanity. You need a little madness, or else you dare not cut the rope and be free, as Kazantzakis said. And Kev provided that for me, as he provided it for so many people. And I'll never forget that. I think he was one of my points of call, just to refresh and to relax and not to take things too seriously.
I absolutely agree. And that was one of the things that he shared with me also, because I remember, back in 95, when my third eye got squeegeed, like Bill Hicks said, and I went down the rabbit hole and started learning about the truth and about, things that are happening behind the curtains. And I was enraged. And I thought that the anger was actually causing more dis-ease than my actual Persian Gulf War illness. And it took, a good 4 years to let that anger go. And that is what is occurring in the progression of like grieving, because in the metaphor of opening up to the truth and finding out these conspiracy theories are conspiracy fact, sometimes not only is it alarming, but negative. It is frustrating, and you want to talk. You want to yell it from the hilltops, and say, "Pay attention, people." And the beauty about experiencing these moments with Kev is we would laugh. We would find something to laugh about. And on Freaky Friday, for example, there was times when we would just turn into silly young prepubescent boys and giggle at the most ridiculous things. And that was the other joy with Kev is, he would come back with a quick little quib or something, and it was just delightful.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I used to look forward to those 2 hours every month. I really did, and because once Kev and I built this rapport, we realised. He said, "Oh, I'd love to get you on as a regular guest," and he always wanted me back, and I always thought to myself, "That's great." And if ever I mean, of course, he could have just said at some point, "I'm not going to need to interview you anymore," and I'd have accepted that if he'd ever said that. But I'd have been very sad, and he never did. He never did, and I was so glad because, I mean, it was only after, as is so often the case, it's only when he's disappeared, like the man in the film "It's a Wonderful Life." It's George Bailey, when he disappears and the world is completely transformed without him into a really horrible place. It's like that, and when Kev left, it's only then I think I realised when I was missing him how much I valued the time we had together. And there was 2 hours, and I used to sometimes get ready for the shows, and I'd sometimes be quite tired because it was quite late at night, like it is now. It's quite late at night, and for me, because his show was like sort of evening, afternoon, US East Coast time or Central time, and his Scotland's on the same time zone as myself in England, and I'd be sort of like, "Oh, I'm tired. What are we going to talk about for 2 hours? Oh dear." You know what? Never once did we sort of sit. Never once did a moment come when we were sort of like we were facing a massive cliff of dead air, thinking, "What are we going to talk about next?" And
No.
never once happened. Never, not once.
Kev Baker show was like freestyle jazz, and he would bring us all over to the basement, and everybody would go in there and play their instruments, man. And it was making music with information. Information and presenting that information is like art. Hey, Ben, can you stick around for a bit? Because we got Travis Short is over there in the green room, and Travis is getting ready to join us. So if you can stick around, and Mr. Wizard's over there. He's gonna bring in Travis. Hey, Travis, what's happening, man? You're muted up.
There we go. Hey guys, it's great to be here. I've been enjoying listening to Ben talk about Kev and looking forward to the show. And thank you for getting this thing off the ground so that we have this opportunity.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's good to have you here. So it's been a long year now. When you think back, I mean, what was your first remembrance? Now, were you listening to because I was telling people, I was listening to the Kev Baker show for a long time before I was ever introduced or actually spoke to him. What about you?
Actually, I met Kev when I was booking clients like Bill Bean for paranormal themed radio shows. So I met Kev about a decade ago, I'm guessing, probably 2012, 2013, something like that. And it started out just as a professional relationship. I would book clients on his show. He had me on a few times talking about Mothman, talking about the trip to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, the documentary film that we worked on there for about 6 years. And, but like Ben was saying, you could go on talking about one thing, but then Kev had this way of peeling back layers of you and what you're talking about. He could really get you to open up. And like Ben was saying, there was, you might worry about what you're going to talk about for 2 hours, but trust me, you could have gone for 4.
Yeah,
the 2 hours flew by. I mean,
absolutely.
2 hours would go by no time. At the end of it, I wouldn't feel tired anymore.
No, that was another really cool thing about Kev. Even when back in 2020, early 2021, I guess, or maybe 2019, when Bill Bean started his Warrior Mode show and Kev was producing, You know, and Kev was sick, and you could tell there were nights that he didn't feel well when we were doing the show, when he was on with us. But by the end of those shows, man, he was, not only did he feel good, he made you feel better. He made you laugh. He made you experience life. He had a way of telling stories. He was just a very, very complex. I don't mean that in a negative way, but he was just a very complex individual. There was a lot more to Kev Baker than what anybody, I think, any of us even had ever gotten to that depth of knowing.
Yes, I would absolutely agree, and it's just the confirmation about, you know, how easy it was to have this experience with Kev. I remember on Freaky Friday, there was one time when we brought up bees at the very beginning of the show. And the next thing we find out is that we do 3 hours of discussing bees and the metaphors and the iconography and the symbolism of bees. And it was just like, wow, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to, you know, as Kev called it, that woo factor, getting into all of the layers of things. Because you can talk about Mothman, and I've done it now for going on, you know, 19 years, I guess, 2003 to now. But we always ended up going a little bit deeper and discussing things that had never been discussed before. And Kev would bring up these interesting tidbits of information that he had gleaned and that he wanted the people to know about. He would ask my opinions, and he and I would often talk off show, and it was always great to experience his sense of humor and his intelligence. And you know, you had Kev as the host of shows and producer of shows. You had the Kev that was really big into the woo, that was really big into the supernatural, the paranormal. You had the Kev that was very spiritual, had his personal relationship with a higher power. There was just so much you could talk to that man about. And he often joked that he and I were brothers from another mother. And we had talked during the pandemic, and it was actually my plan. I wanted to get over to see him after all the travel restrictions had been lifted and things like that. Unfortunately, did not get to. But there's honestly not a day that has gone by that I still haven't felt that man's presence in some form or fashion.
He's always watching over us. I mean, I believe that the spirits can see into our world when they depart. And I mean, I was lucky, Travis, because I did get to meet Kev once. It was actually, I went to the Scottish UFO and Paranormal Conference 2016, and I actually met Kev. I filmed it. I made a video about the event, and it's on my YouTube channel, and Kev is in it. I also met Johnny Whistles, and I actually stayed with Johnny, which is really nice.
That's wild. The Whistle.
Yeah. Johnny, if you're listening, if you're here tonight, I'll never forget that weekend we spent, and we met up with all your friends.
Yeah, let me send Johnny a message in Skype. Hang on.
I did get to meet Kev before he passed away, which is great. And just once I met him, and it was for the week, but we saw each other several times during that weekend. And I think, Travis, I think I've learned this because I never really got to. I was going to go and tour Area 51 with Gareth Davis, and we never did it. We were going to go to Roswell. And again, it's the restrictions and stuff like this.
Right.
You can't delay these things. I mean, losing Kev and losing all these other people has made me aware of the finality of our earthly existence.
I couldn't agree more. For me, it started in 2019. I lost a cousin who was 6 months younger than I am, dropped dead of a heart attack. And then the following, in 2021, the spring, another cousin who was just a few years older dropped dead. Actually, it started in earlier in 2019. In July of 2019, I lost my best friend and longtime business partner, Charlie McCracken, that had worked with me on the documentary film about Mothman. And then he and I we did, however, get to investigate Area 51. We went out there several times. We had an office in Las Vegas, and we did get to go and enjoy experiencing Las Vegas and Area 51. And then, like I said, my cousin dropped dead of a massive heart attack in the spring of 2021. And then we lost Kev, just the end of December, 1st of 2022. And it was just, for me, there's a lot of finality that has come. I'm getting older. Kev and I were about 6 months apart. And I'm getting older myself, and I'm beginning to kind of sense my own mortality, and you're right. We say these things we want to do, and we put them off. And I think if there's one lesson we can learn, one last lesson, and I don't think that's the last. I think Kev's going to continue teaching us for decades to come, is that live life to its fullest. Take advantage of everything that you have in front of you and live life to its fullest.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And don't let the moments pass you by. It's like Kev and I talked about wanting him to come over here, for one of these contact in the deserts, and I mean, it's just fantasy or whatever. We're talking about it, but the thing is like we could, when we think about these things, we could make them real and not wonder, what would happen if we would have. I think, if anything, over the last 3 years, one thing that I've, come to recognize is that, I got to take every single moment and value it like I might not have anymore. It's not just, you can't, for me right now, at least what I've learned over the past few years is, there is no squandering the moment. You don't know when that moment's not going to be there for you anymore. The moment of truth comes for people at different times. And, just like, at 2 p.m. Pacific, there's no gathering like there used to be, and that is a big empty place in my life. So Travis, are you doing a show someplace where people can find you? Do you have a place to contact where people get a hold of you?
Yeah, they can. You can find me on Facebook. I'm on Facebook. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on Twitter. I do co-host on Friday nights at 11 p.m. Eastern. Warrior Mode with Bill Bean and Desiree Valdez. That's on Bill Bean's Warrior Mode channel on YouTube.
Okay.
So if people want to continue following what Bill does and what I do, that's a great way to do it. And I'm hoping that the feed is a little bit better now that I killed the camera.
Yeah, it's all good. Everything appeared to be fine to me, but I wasn't sure. But everything, it was great. So we got Brent from Paranormal Portal is in the green room.
Well, 1 second, Jimmy, before we jump to Ben, I wanted to give Ben, before we jump to Brent, I wanted to give Ben the opportunity if he could share where he can be located.
Yeah, I wasn't bringing Brent in. I was just letting people know he's in the green room. Because Ben, where can everybody find you?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to go to bed soon, because it's actually quite late here. But
no worries.
Hospital, it's Hospital Porters Against the New World Order, HPANWO. If you go there, you'll find me. Just put that into Google. I've written a book called Roswell Rising: A Novel of Disclosure, which is a book all about the kind of things we talk about, and a fictional scenario. What if we got the truth instead of the lies? So you can find me there. And as it's getting late here, I'm gonna have to go to bed. But it's been wonderful to share this time with you. We all of us have the opportunity, I think, to go out and do things and carpe diem, seize the day, and just talk to people and do a radio show, do something else, or you could just keep your head down and live a normal life, and your family will grieve for you when you're gone, of course. But people like Kev, they spoke to millions. I mean, this is when they made a huge impact, and when they go, it leaves a huge hole in people's lives. But it has provided so much for so many people. Kev gave so much within his life. His life, which could have been longer, but it wasn't. But goodness me, he made up for it in quality what he lacked in quantity.
I just wanted to say, Ben, thank you so much. I really appreciate you and the support you gave to create this tribute and remembrance. And may you find great fortune and success in your endeavors. And thank you for sharing your experiences with the captain.
Oh, thanks, Nese. Jimmy, thank you very much. Travis, it's good to talk to you guys. And
all right.
It's been a true honor.
Pleasure, Ben.
And I appreciate you inviting me onto this show. Hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Great meeting you,
as well. Bye-bye.
Take care, Ben.
Travis, are you okay with staying on with us a little bit, and then we'll bring in another incredible individual from
Absolutely.
TFR?
I'll stick around as long as you guys need me or want me.
Excellent.
It's always great to talk about Kev.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
it is. So from the Paranormal Portal, ladies and gentlemen, one of the really great Freaky Fridays was when Freaky Friday would meld into the Paranormal Portal, and it would be like a
Friday the 13th.
he had like a 10-hour tour of Woo, and the master of the portal is here today. Brent Thomas, are you there?
I'm here. Thanks for having me, guys.
Fantastic.
I'm honored to be included in this. Of course, Kev was. He was one of those individuals that he really helped to pave the way for a lot of us, and it's just a sincere honor to be included in a show that is commemorating his memory and reaffirming his contributions to us all.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jimmy. Sorry.
No, I was just saying it is. It's fantastic. And it's fantastic to have you here because you were, you've been at TFR for a super long time. And, you guys, were part of a team that existed, at a certain moment. There was a certain moment in what we now know a lot of people call the alternative media. But there was a certain moment, like when I remember when you started the portal at the beginning, there wasn't a lot of paranormal shows out there. I mean, they were, it was here and there, but it was like mainstream presenters. There weren't a lot of shows. You were there at the very beginning, and you got into the Woo. Kev got into it on Fridays, but the rest of the week, he was investigating what was going on in the world. But I mean, you've been full time. You and Don doing the show. So what was your first experience with Kev? Was it listening on TFR? Was that how you found him?
Yeah, it was definitely a part of just watching him work. If you watch the portal, I modeled a lot of what I do off of watching Kev, because I came in with absolutely no experience. I came in with no idea what I was doing other than the fact that I wanted to do it, and I wanted to do it well. And I think you emulate those people that really have a presence and resonate. And Kev made it look so easy. And I think that was the surprising part to me, because I did watch Kev for a long time before having my own show. And I tuned in, listened to what he was doing, listened to how he was doing it. And I thought, well, I can do this. And I remember my first show, I was all set. I had like literally 3 hours of information that I had written out. I had all these notepads and stuff, and I was good to go. And I sat there, and it was just, I think it was after Freaky Friday was my first show. It might have been after Chris and Cherie on Beyond the Veil by then, but I don't remember the schedule. But anyway, it came my time, and I was like, okay, here we go. And I'm all set. I'm hyped. I'm pumped. And boom, the on-air sign comes. Instantly, my mouth goes bone dry. And I went into panic mode. And I panic read 3 hours of material in like 20 minutes. I had a 2-hour show to do. And I read through everything I had in a big hurry. And I'm like, oh my God. And I made it through the first hour. And then Chris, who was Chris Gio, of course, the founder of TFR, he was there. And he called me over break. He goes, hey, you're doing fine. You want me to come on and help you? I'm like, yeah, please. And after that, I spent a lot more time listening to Kev's pacing, listening to how he delivered it, how he inserted himself into everything. He wasn't just a man regurgitating stuff. He was a person who experienced stuff, and he was able to bring it to people in a way that was unique, because a lot of the shows out there, that whether it was Woo or not, had this real seriousness and this real, either they were going for a real spooky vibe or they were going for a real, whatever vibe. But Kev he was like sitting next to a buddy having a beer. I mean, he just made you feel comfortable. And I was like, God, I want to do that. I want to show that kind of an approach in what I do. And so he was very instrumental in me forming my own presentation, because I mean, he was brilliant. He was just a natural at what he did. And it was just a sincere honor to be not only in the same ballpark as him, but to share airwaves with him. When we got together and he'd have me on his show, or I'd have him on mine, or we would do the Freaky Friday Paranormal Portal meldings, where we did literally 5 hours of show.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just an incredible experience. But I guess one thing that really blew me away about the man was that there was no ego in any of it. And he had every right to have an ego, but he was just the kindest, most welcoming and sincere person.
Humble.
That I ever met. Yeah, humble.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, just it was an honor. And
Now,
I'm
have
grateful.
Have you ever had Travis Short on the portal to talk about the Mothman?
I haven't, but I think
All right, well, listen, my name's Jimmy. Let me introduce you, Travis. Let me introduce you to Brent Thomas. Brent, this is Travis. You guys definitely got to get together. And Travis, I'd highly recommend getting on the portal because it's a well listened to show.
I'm familiar with Brent. We're actually Facebook buddies.
There you go.
Yep. And I actually think Kev is who introduced us, if I'm not mistaken, several years
There
ago.
you go.
So,
It's see, look, it's the magic of Kev Baker bringing people together, even after he's gone. He's here with us now, and so there you guys go. There you guys go. You met, now boom.
Yep.
What was that joke about Kev Bacon? The 7 connections.
Oh yeah, the 6 degrees of
6 degrees of
yep.
yeah, 5 degrees of Kev Baker.
You know, I used to tell Kev, and I've told Pearl, and I'm pretty sure I've told Ann this. I don't think we've even scratched the surface of the lives that Kev Baker touched through his broadcast and through his investigations, and just through his connection to so many different paranormal and alternative media communities. I think it is going to be staggering if we were to ever find out how many lives that man actually did impact and touch.
1,500 shows.
Wow.
A lot of
and Brent.
I don't think people. Go ahead. Give me a sec. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and I think Brent's absolutely right. You know, watching Kev, you would think that he would just sit down, and he's like, you know, sitting in a pub with a buddy, like Brent said, you know, sharing a Guinness and just talking with him. But the amount of research and scripting and notes that man had when he would do a show would blow your mind. And his ability during a show to be able to immediately pull up an image or pull up an article or pull up something that would impact and add to what you were talking about was, as far as I'm concerned, he used to joke that he was doing it by the seat of his pants. He was one of the best producers and one of the best hosts of a show that I have ever interacted with. And I've been in the media industry for 31 years.
Mm-hmm. Well, and to bring back with Brent, because I remember, Brent, correct me if I'm wrong, that you started on Tuesday nights. And then when the transition of Chris and Cherie no longer doing the Truth Frequency program, then that was when the Freaky Friday extended. And then the Paranormal Portal came in on Fridays and Saturdays. Is that correct?
No, I was actually always on Friday night. Initially, I did Friday nights. And then Chris and Cherie talked me into doing Friday and Saturday nights. So, and that my time slot used to be like way late.
Yeah, we used to be right next to each other.
Right. Yep.
You guys, and that was too. And let me just say, man, those early Portal episodes. It's like you and Don were, having a good time and joking around and laughing and stuff. And at the time, there wasn't a lot of that going on. I mean, it was almost like a TV show or something. It was really cool, man. And like I say, you guys were cutting edge. Just like one year when Trump bombed Syria, we were on the air, and we kept through the news report on the air right in the moment. And that was one of the first times in the alternative media we were literally, he was covering news as it was happening. In other words, we were listening to the report that was coming out over CNN, and he was putting it out over the air. But he got in trouble. A lot of people don't know this now. He's got a channel over there. He's got 100,000 subscribers now. He chiseled out a niche for himself on YouTube for a lot of years. He was doing it before anyone was even doing it, and all his shows were on there. And they came in there, and he had made some mistake, according to them. And he literally, ladies and gentlemen, went up there and had to delete all those. He deleted all those shows up until that point, because he didn't know when they were going to come and get him for another show. And from that point forward, he was doing what Nese was talking about earlier, which was the skip rope of the algorithm, where he had to change up what he was doing, and he had a secondary channel where that's where you would find him doing other types of shows, and I mean, he was an innovator as well as a really good friend. And you've been an innovator too, Brent. You've been around for a really long time. And, it's really, whenever I pop into TalkStream Live and your show's on the air, you're always up there in the top 10, typically around top 5, your shows. So, I mean, you've got a big audience, and a bigger audience than you might even realize. So, kudos, man. It's really great that you're still around and doing shows, man.
Brent is another one of these machines where he jumped into it full force and doing show after show after show, practically every day of the week. He was doing a show. But right now, Brent, could you share about your other endeavors that you're doing also?
Oh yeah, well, let's see, this is the 4th year of the podcast. So I have the YouTube live shows. We have which also simulcast on TFR still to this day on TalkStream and iHeart and such. But I have a standalone podcast which is on all the networks, and it's an audio only format, and that's been doing extraordinarily well. I mean, I'm just floored by it, but that's been going on. We're on our 4th season now, and it's not the Hollywood seasons. Like, I do 52 shows and call that a season, but we're on number 4 now, and Don and I have been doing this, and it's been going really good. It's been going really quite well. And so, but you're right. There was a time for several years where I was doing 10 shows a week, 3 of which were podcasts, the audio only shows, and 7 of which were live streams on YouTube, along with 2 nights of which were also simulcast on TFR. So there was literally 10 shows a week for several years.
And that was the same thing that Kev Baker would do, because before his 4 Central Standard Time show, he would do a pre-show stream on his YouTube page. And then on Sundays, he would do a membership feed. And so the other guy was another, I mean, Kev Baker was another machine, like you were, Brent. And I've told you in private, there's times where I kind of felt like I was cheating on you when I got called to Freaky Friday.
No,
because you also gave me many fortunate experiences on the portal to join you and Donnie. So thank you for that also.
Well, no, I mean, I was thrilled for you when you joined the Freaky Friday crew, because what a great experience. And the one beauty of Kev was it was never competition. I mean, I never felt like the Paranormal Portal and the Kev Baker Show or Freaky Fridays were in competition. It was a family, and it's always been a family. So I couldn't have been happier than when you joined that and became part of that. And for all the people that had been a part of that, it was just, I mean, it was just a beautiful thing. And that's what I loved about Kev. Is like, when I started doing this stuff, I literally thought, oh man, it's going to be dog eat dog. This is going to be tough. I'm going to have to crawl over the bodies of my enemies to get to the top. That was really my thinking. And then it was the meeting Kev and others, several other people that have been instrumental in forming, my viewpoint. But another one was Wes Germer of Sasquatch Chronicles. Just these amazingly helpful people that took me under their wing and made me realize, no, this isn't about me versus anyone. It's just me versus me. The object in a show is you're competing with yourself and your own ability to put it out there. And if you do it well enough, people are going to resonate with it and show up. And that was what Kev showed me. Even if it wasn't direct, I could just, by what he was doing and seeing how passionate so many people were around what he was doing, was like, that's the kind of audience I want to draw, and I want to have an experience like that. So yeah, it was never a competition. So yeah, man, I was thrilled for you, brother.
Well, thank you. It's always a pleasure, and I do enjoy the Paranormal Portal family. And Friday nights, Saturday nights, you can be found also Wednesday nights on his YouTube stream. Hopefully, some of the moderators on the YouTube stream will drop those links for Travis and for Brent. Donnie was attempting. He had to work today.
Yeah.
And I was telling him, well, just take one of those extra long bathroom breaks and give us a call, because of Donnie was another love tickle that I had with that beautiful beard of his.
He could have flushed every once in a while to avoid suspicion. No, I know he was sad he couldn't make it, but it's, he's got kind of an erratic schedule, so it's hard for him to make time to be here and to be anywhere.
Yeah.
He's serving a lot of things. So
yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, there is the other thing that happens outside of the etheric space that we all call home, the internet.
Yeah.
And so, it's where the boots hit the ground, ladies and gentlemen. It's when you step on a rake and it hits you in the face. You're in reality. It's no longer virtual reality.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's a very special guest in the green room, Mr. Wizard. Would you like me to bring in our next friend of Kev Baker?
Well, you know what, guys? I do have a show to get ready for as well.
All righty. Well, Brent, thank you. Yeah, thank you for being here.
Thank you, man. I love you all, and thank you so much for letting me be a part of this and just taking a moment to give thanks and sending my love to Pearl and Ann and just know that in my own way, I am trying to honor Kev's memory and to keep him alive in what I'm doing and to thank you all for being a part of this journey. And I mean, it's been an honor.
Thanks for being here, Brent.
Thanks for the support, brother.
Good seeing you, man. Take care.
All right. Take care, Travis. Travis, message me.
I'll send you one here in just a second.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, bye.
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brent Thomas from the Paranormal Portal. And wow, the list of people stopping by to say hi is long and fat, and ladies and gentlemen, and I mean that in a good way. Mr. Wizard, is it time now to bring in? Is it now Miller time, as Kev Baker used to say, Miller time with Dr. Richard Allen Miller. Dr. Miller, welcome to the show. You're muted, sir. No worries. You don't have to be on camera, but you are muted. If you could unmute yourself down at the bottom of that white screen there, there's a mute button. You see it? Down at the bottom.
Dr. Richard Allen Miller.
Yes.
One of the most enjoyable guests on Freaky Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And I've had the wonderful opportunity of sharing conversation with him. And thank you so much for joining us, Doc.
So the doc is muted. So Doc, on the page for StreamYard, if you look down at the very bottom. There you go. All right.
Yeah. How's that working?
Fantastic.
James, show me soda.
The first time I've got StreamYard to work, because I have, and I don't know why, become a person of interest, and I'm being harassed. Just this morning, in 3 different phone calls, I was disconnected multiple times, and then or something on my phone would change, like it's on hold or whatever, and I'd have to figure out what was going on to get back on, talking to people that are personal friends of mine. Why are they doing this to me? And the only I'll probably never know, because it's probably something I know that I don't know.
Yeah,
well, if I could boldly say, Doc, is I would
see, like, I can't understand you. Like, they've muted my audio or done something with it where I can't understand you. I understood you, but not. I don't NESE. I'm not understanding you.
Well. Yeah. So, hey, Doc. So the thing is that, I mean, you've been out here talking about all kinds of things for many years. So, I mean, the harassment seems to never, stop, because you're always bringing things to the table that are sometimes years in advance. When you, I mean, I remember back on one of the episodes you did with Kev Baker, you were talking about the cavitation point, and I mean, you were.
Let's start with history. Wolfman DuPont recruited me when I was 15 to work with some black ladies at NASA. I was a polymath, and nobody understood Fortran or Ingol or machine at that time. Those programs or systems or platforms are unhackable per se. Everything is, you can break anything, almost anything. At the time I was a kid, there was Captain Crunch, Michael James Reconasuccio, and May. And now, okay, that's when I started in 1960. Then in 1970, when I was working out of anesthesiology, Boeing had lost the B-1 contract, so I was no longer working at Boeing. Immediately, there was a big sign in Seattle, by the way, that said, "The last man out of town, please turn off the lights." That was, they laid off 30,000 PhDs in one day. And I got hired immediately in anesthesiology. That's where I decided while I was working there to pick up an extra doctorate from Cornell. No, it wasn't Cornell. It was Harvard Medical. And I became an anesthesiologist as well as a physicist. But my tenure is as a physicist because I built the first aortic catheter, the single most important tool in medicine. And what I did is I grew the crystals, I cut them under a microscope, and I put them on a 2 millimeter diameter tip. There was a Doppler transducer at 10 megahertz, 28 megahertz to do aortic cross section.
Wow.
And that's how the anesthesiology now takes you down near zero while they do terrible things to your body. And I did that in 1970. I can't, it's starting to remember everything, including some of the things that I don't remember when I did my single tour at Groom Lake. I met Krill at level 8. I'm not kidding. That was in 1974. My primaries that you're familiar with is that I set up the SEAL teams for Navy. I did the first 3, SEAL Team 1 through 3, losing this arm. It's bionic. There's no bone in it. I can't pick my nose, but thanks to the Amish, they taught me how to really clean my nose anyway. Listen, it is not about Black Lives Mattering. What it's really about is black humor. If black humor matters, that's the only way I'm getting through this region of life forms on Earth. You know, our history will show that Homo sapien was kind of like Cro-Magnon to Neanderthal. And where we're going to evolve in the future, I could make an argument that our future is using our current state of humans and pre-humans to mine gold for their Dyson spheres as a metaphor. Now, what do you think about that one?
Well, I think
I know I never will know because it's not knowable. You can experience it like God, but this whole place is nuts. Everything's broken now.
Now, Nese, did you want to come in and see if your mic's loud enough so the doc can hear you? Because there was something going on. Yeah, Nese, come on in and see if the doc can hear you. Hang on a second, doc. Go ahead, Nese.
Yeah, hey, Doc, it's Nese calling. Thank you so much.
Were you the person I talked to a couple days ago?
Absolutely, sir.
Nice to meet you, sir. I'm impressed with you. I don't know you per se. I really actually didn't know Kev very well. Basically, Kev got me from Art Bell because before I did radio, I was his advisor. When Art didn't know what to do, it was out of Central Point then. I'm in Grants Pass. And he would call me, "What do you think about this?" And I would say, "Sure, go for it." Or, you know, who knows? Because, oh, guys, I'm sorry I'm not feeling well. It's I had COVID and nearly died last year. And during that period, I have no jab. Listen, one of my friends in Poland has a Nobel Prize, has just discovered an aluminum-based life form in one of the 2 jabs.
Well, you know what, Doc?
What's that about?
I apologize for interrupting you, Doc, but we still have to play a little bit of the algorithm jump rope because of the stream challenges that are occurring on YouTube. And so
we're just trying to be a little careful with the words that we choose.
Yeah, he's trying to say when you're talking about the worldwide experiment that has gone on in the past couple of years,
Why would they censor that from somebody that has 4 PhDs?
I have no idea.
That's my first question, and I challenge everybody on it. I'm not a conspiracist. I'm a scientist that works Navy intelligence, and I'm a GS-18 with a rank higher than the President of the United States. Now, what's that about?
I know, man. Don't worry. I mean,
I know, man. Challenge them because it's time we take this bullshit down.
Hey, Doc, listen. Just let me say.
Okay. Yes. IQ, by the way, is not a measure of intelligence.
No, I understand.
It's a measure of adaptability. Absolutely. And
So what I wanted to say is over on my channel, I had a guest on who's going to be on to join us a little bit later, Doc Kevin Baker. He's a neurologist. He's a PhD, and he was on my channel. And we did a show over a year ago, and I was just minding my own business one day, Doc, and all of a sudden, my channel's gone. All of a sudden, I got a strike. And you know what happened? They went back somehow and listened to a show that I did over a year ago with an actual PhD talking about what he's actually trained in, and I was put down for medical information. So it's not a matter of whether we can even
that judgment on another person.
That's what I mean. It's because, in the future, our phones are going to blink red when we go outside the community.
You see this right here?
Yeah.
That's my great-grandfather's in Zurich when he was teaching Rudolf Steiner as lodge master. And I'm a legacy.
I know.
With that said, how dare them? And that's my statement. How dare them? And, I can't. I'm not a conspiracist. What I am is Navy intelligence.
Yes.
And we were the ones that were like 10 to 20 years ahead of Army and CIA. And I was recruited by old man DuPont himself when I was 15. At 16, I created a linear accelerator as my science fair project to have particles going faster than the speed of light. And they used that 2 years later on Mariner 4 to measure the water on Mars. That's who I am. Now, how dare them?
Well, Doc, couldn't we
put that on an extent and ask them, why is that?
Well, Doc, could we not metaphorically?
YouTube is a bottom line, by the way, and I can only be on this show if I use with StreamYard. If I use Google, Thunderbird won't work.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing is I have Apple too.
Okay, how come?
Because
how about we start asking serious questions and then bringing in the Pentagon to ask YouTube, how come? Because when the Pentagon and my buddies there start asking, watch what happens next.
For future
I've
shows.
had enough of this nonsense. Facebook put me in jail. I took them to task. They admitted they were wrong, but they lost 12 years of my website. But
sorry, Dr.
they
Miller.
could tell it to me in my past memories. How's that work?
Sorry, Dr. Miller. I apologize, that there are the stipulations that we have, but I would like to try to bring it back about Kev Baker.
I'm naughty.
Well, no, you're 100% though. The Doc, you are correct. You are 100% correct because you are somebody who is qualified to make whatever statements you want to make.
And I don't know. And here's the bad news. Physics will not get you there. It'll get you close. Oh, Simon says you can go halfway to the door. You can't get there from here because everything in physics starts with an assumed truth and your ability to conceptualize. And that's where it's at. Shortest distance between 2 points, the Earth's round. But if space is curved, I can prove the Earth's flat. Further, which one is correct? And the correct answer is yes, because I watched astrology become astronomy. And in the next 2 years, because of what is about to happen, it will be called cosmobiology, where it's a geometric alignment of celestial objects, not space as we understand it, just like time. Now, with that said, what's going on here? It feels like I'm in a petri dish. Oh, here's one for you. When I had my close encounter for the government at Groom Lake, so, when the door opened and I met this woman, it was a feminine, it was a 7.5-inch gray. I have no memory after that moment of what actually transpired until just recently, with not all of them. You know, it's kind of like, who played in that movie Being There? Oh, it's Peter Sellers, but you can see his face, but you can't get there. That's what's happened to me. And doors are starting to open now. And the last one that happened several weeks ago goes like this. And by the way, they use emotions to communicate, not what we call emotions, but 20 minutes of that kind of dialogue is like a lifetime of words. Okay, what opened was that if you were given an opportunity to choose an artifact of your choice to remember Earth by, what would it be? And if you chose the right one, you would be given a star of your choice to complete your evolution. Now, the question is, what artifact would that be? Mine, I selected, is a clamshell to remember Earth, picking the whiskers out of my beard like we do with these current razors that we buy. And that's how primitive we are. And I can tell you, they're designed. I drive a 280C. Yeah, I don't drive the new. Everything today has been. It's Cindy Lauper. Money changes everything.
Money does change everything. Money does change everything.
I can't save Earth, but maybe I can leave a couple of footprints.
Yeah, you have left many footprints. You know what? It reminds me of that story from the Way of the Peaceful Warrior, the second book that came out, and he was with a Hawaiian shaman on the beach, and the tide went out.
Shamans, but they're different than a shaman.
She was a holy woman.
Gowan, Northridge, teaching trance, art, and creativity. And there's prototoxic, paratoxic, and syntactic modes of consciousness. And prototoxic is the most primitive, where it's a shaman that places his consciousness in an eagle and sees what the eagle says, but he can't remember how he did it. Paratoxic is more Jungian, where you're using James Hillman's concepts of third generation imaginal, where you worked with dreams and archetypes. And syntactic modes are when you train Navy SEALs using biofeedback. And my doctor says to me, oh, your heart rate's 151 over blah. I'm going to have to put you on meds. And I looked at him and I said, I don't do meds. He said, oh, I might have to fire you. And what I said back to him is, cuff me. And I put it down to 129 because I have learned how to control my autonomic functions with just my mind. And the correct answer in terms of what's really, is the Earth round or flat? The correct answer is yes, because that's how limited our concept of space is. And what I decided was, you look at it this way, you have these doors open. However, you look at it that way,
right?
All these doors that science is going to it. However, if you use your mind as a tool, you now have all those doors. And that's what syntactic modes of consciousness is, where you have conscious relationship to your inner voice. And that's because consciousness is a dream state. It's not real. In fact, there are dream states like lucid dreaming that have more content to reality than consciousness does. And that's studies I did back in 1983 when I created my own wormhole and took a group of scientists to Mars. Now, that's the Mars Project, Wernicke's area of the brain. Check it out. Now, beyond that, brain drivers will now cure one of the two forms of dementia in Wernicke's area, not Broca's, because it deals with assumed truths that you've been programmed. And what I'm going to do in the next couple of weeks is I'm uploading some, they're like $400 courses that you take from Scientology, and I'm going to rewrite them correctly so you can reprogram your brain to anything you want to be. Now, how do you do that? What you do is you go in and you chunk to find out whether love or money is the most important thing to you, because you don't know that. You like them both and you're not sure where they are. Once you do, then you want to change that. This is how you do it. A, B, C. And that's how they're doing it right now on radio, TV, and or your school systems. And our children, in my humble opinion, are our single most important natural resource. And what we're doing is a crime. When I was in the Philippines, Caucasian, that's where I learned how to fight. I was white, 1948. I was given Latin as second grade. Sum est, sunt. Now, why are they not doing that now? Oh, in high school, I had auctions to.
You don't, hey Doc. Doc, it's because you don't need a brain in the future. In the future, all you need is your virtual reality and augmented reality glasses and your cell phone.
What's never as a metaphor with its Dyson sphere? Because when I was at Jet Propulsion Laboratory, one of the scientists said, "Yeah, but the IR signature's wrong." And that's when I said, "That's because it has a Dyson sphere around it."
Hey, Doc,
as a metaphor.
Doc, can you share where people can find more information about you?
I can't understand you. Your mic is different or something.
He was saying, can you tell people where they can find you so that they can get a hold of you, or they can purchase your books?
I love you, man. Thank you, because that's my only source of income now. I'm a civilian. They can't even pay me for what I do managing bunkers. I manage bunkers nationally. I can be found at richardalanmiller.com, ALAN. And if you want me, there I am. And I've got books. I have 15 courses I taught at Harvard after I studied with Gershom Scholem. I came out of graduate school and became a Hermetic Kabbalist. I had to learn Old Hebrew and Greek just to be able to study with him at New York City College. Became a Hermetic Kabbalist and then taught at Harvard for 11 years on comparative religion, and then went into metaphysics. Meta in Greek means beyond. Now, I saw a woman we filmed it, ripped a car door off to save her daughter in a flaming automobile. That's impossible. The adrenaline did not make her body stronger than steel. How could she do that? And that's what I'm doing now. I'm writing a new field theory that will supersede my physics of the holographic universe by 50 years, called the multiverse. And I'm going to be using a virtual form of Kaufman's knot theory. I use 10 strings, that's 10 dimensions, and an 11th interconnecting wormhole that connects all 10 strings. That's 11 strings, and I'm your little Boy Scout tying knots in them. It'll be a form of knot theory. And while it won't last, it'll last, maybe 3, 2, everything. There will never be a theory of everything. Why?
Well, Doc, we're gonna drop your information in the chat so people can reach out to you. And I greatly appreciate you joining us.
Yep. And it looks like Charlie Robinson's in the green rooms getting ready to come on board, Doc. So thanks for joining us, hey? And do you remember?
And Kev was a very good person. I don't think I've talked with him since for 10 years or so, something.
It's been a while, but you know what? You can find that interview that you guys did, which were many. You were on quite a few times with Kev. You can find all of those on Kev's channel.
I'm posting that, now on my.
Yeah.
Thanks
for
having me.
Check your email, Doc. I sent you those links of the shows that you were on. And again, thank you for joining us.
We love you, Doc. Take care of yourself. Yeah, take care of yourself and make sure you stay safe. We love you, man. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. The one, the only. It was Miller time there. And whenever
Dr. Richard Allen Miller.
Yeah, whenever Dr. Miller is on a roll, it's always best to just let him say what he's going to say, because you might interrupt him and miss the secrets of the universe. So it's it's Doc Miller. It's Miller time. So
and Travis, is Travis still here?
I am. I'm still here. I was enjoying the show just a little bit there. He's a ride. He's a trip.
Well, I would say that he is a modern Fox Mulder.
Very much so.
And it's yeah, I've had some incredible conversations with him in the last couple of days.
All right.
And
I remember one of the shows that Kev had him on. I after he started talking, I'm like, I know that voice. And then once he got into all of his wealth of knowledge, I mean, in that little bit of time, we took a trip to Mars. We're talking the multiverse. We're talking string theory. That man is a wealth of knowledge.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is, and he's fun too. By the way, a lot of what was going on there,
absolutely.
He's a lively character. And speaking of lively characters, I think Mr. Wizard said that someone is up in here, and if that person is up in here, then
come on down.
I think
I'm up in here.
Oh, damn, there he is.
Man, I want to do mushrooms with Dr. Ram so bad.
Right?
Could you imagine?
Oh, yes.
He's a trip, man. I love him. But whenever he's on, you better be flexible, and he's like getting on a mechanical bull.
Yeah,
great metaphor.
You can't even
absolutely.
Yeah, and to interrupt with like I say, that one thing he was about to say, and you divert him. He was just about to tell you the secret of the universe, and then
just about to give you free energy.
I know. And if you ever get a chance to talk to him, on a show, if you have him on, make sure you ask him about the giants and the underground cities in the Grand Canyon, because he's very knowledgeable in that area. Yeah,
I'm excited.
I know, Charlie.
Good
we
to see you
love
guys.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. And
I wish we were doing a Freaky Friday. You know what I mean? I wish that's what this was. We were just going to hang with Kev. I thought about him all day today, knowing that this was coming up. And I choose to smile and kind of laugh, kind of like half laugh whenever I think of him. I get sad for like a millisecond, and then I go, no. I'm just grateful I was, had a chance to get to know him for a couple of years. I know you guys have known him for way longer. I'm grateful for what I had, my experience with him. But every time I think of him, I start to laugh a little bit, because I feel like we would read each other's minds. He was just about to make some snarky comment. I could just tell. I could just see it on his face. So today was a heavy day, but I'll tell you, I choose to be grateful for the time I had with him.
can you share with us your first experience and how it came about for you to be on KBS?
Yeah, actually, it had to. I was working remotely from like a Starbucks, because I had to drive my daughter to and from school, and it was like 45 minutes each way. And I finally just decided I'm going to camp at this Starbucks near her school with my laptop and get a bunch of work done with with earplugs and do all that. And I was watching, and I'd been watching Kev for a while, but I was watching this one particular day, a video where you guys were, I mean, it was you, Jimmy, and I forget who else, a couple other people. And I said, I got to send this guy my book. I need to I'd love to come on his show. So I reached out and said, listen, I wrote this book called The Octopus of Global Control. I think it's right up your alley. I mean, given the topics that you cover, I think you'd really like it. And I'd love to come on and explain it to you if you're interested. And he took a look at it and he said, oh yeah, come on. Let's, we'll give it a shot, and immediately we got along. I mean, just immediately there was an easy connection. And I always liked his demeanor. He took the serious things seriously, but he found the funny parts in it. And it was just such an easy friendship. And that started me coming on once a month for 4 years, to talk about a variety of things. We'd just do 2 hours on KBS, and it would be, sometimes it would be like, what do we, he'd email me in advance, like, what do we want to talk about? Okay, I want to do this and this and this. And he'd say, okay, these are good. Yeah, let's do that. And then sometimes it'd be, let's just talk, I mean, there was no topic. And those were some of my favorite shows, because we just went where you just went with the flow. And that was a dude. And I used to joke with my wife that before I was going to do those shows, I would say to her, I'm going to go over to Kev's house for a couple hours.
Yeah, man.
And it felt like I was just going to go over to Kev's house and we were going to sit on the couch and just talk about all this crazy stuff, because that was the atmosphere. That was the vibe. And I never said that. I've never said that about anybody else. I've never said that about any other show or anything like that. But for whatever reason, I just felt like I was going over to my buddy's house and we were going to talk about crazy stuff. And I really, really missed that.
Mm-hmm. And that was what was great about the conversations that you guys had, because they were different than the conversations he had with other people, because he kind of got into a mode where he would, there was a whole other side of Kev that didn't come across on his normal show. But when he was on in other places and he was just, being one of the guys, he was sarcastic, and he was known to throw an F-bomb here or there, and so you guys had the clean version of the same vibe of that conversation. And that's what made you guys so great together, was that you guys were just so sarcastic a lot of times, just drippingly sarcastic. And, there's nobody that can drip the sarcasm like Kev Baker.
I agree. And he was my first guest on macroaggressions. And that was, and he was, it was the only logical person, because he and I talked about that in advance of me starting my podcast. I kind of said, well, I've been thinking about doing this. And he said, I think you should. I think it'd be good. And I said, well, could you give me, I don't want to have to learn everything from the beginning. Could you give me some, tips and pointers and this and that? And would you be my first guest? And he's, of course I would. And so it had to be Kev. I had to start it off on the right foot. I had to get that show, I figured, well, I'll do this show for as long as it's interesting, but I want to start it off on the right foot. And that was with Kev.
Man, it seems like so long ago, Charlie. I mean, we've all over these last, it feels like 30 years has gone by over these last 3 years. And this last year since Kev's been gone, there's a big hole, like I was talking about earlier. There's a big hole at 2:00, when I don't hear, when I'm not all geared up for the Kev Baker show, what he's going to talk about today, because, that brings the middle of my day out over here in, sunny, rainy California. And, but seriously though, you guys had a really great relationship. And, what you were saying about the conversations that happened with Kevin, I want to point out, I want to bring it up again, because we kind of talked a little bit about earlier. And when I was in earlier making some coffee, talking to my mom, I was trying to explain to her, about Kev. And what I came up with, this is that it's like I'm a musician. I'm a guitar player, and Kev's a guitar player, and I play guitar with Kev. And whenever I play with him, I make a certain magical music because him and I together, playing together, creates this music. And so when he wasn't there anymore, okay, no matter where I was always on the Kev Baker show, whether I had a show or not. I would always be talking to Kev in the background, but when he wasn't there anymore, Charlie, that created a hole. And all of a sudden, even though I can still play my guitar, I still can, and play with other people, I still can never make the beautiful music that I made with him.
Yeah. Yeah. And I, this last year, all the craziness of it, there were a lot of times when I felt that would have been a time I would have sent an email to Kev like, oh my God, check this out. Can you believe what these people are out of their mind. Take a look at these weirdos, and I couldn't send that email. And so there was an empty part inside of me too. But I also kind of imagine what his response would be to this, because I know that I would send something over about, like the 80 different genders, and and he would play the it's ma'am, sound drop, So in my head, I'm having like a fake conversation with Ket. I would send this to him, and I know what he would say back to me, and I miss that, and I wish that I also feel like an obligation to do a really good job in everything that I do in this sort of industry area, write book writing and podcast, podcasting, things like that. I feel an obligation to have a high standard in part because I know Kev always had a high standard,
Yeah.
He was professional with his show. He took it seriously. It wasn't like just a hobby. It was like a real thing. And that rubbed off on me, like that work ethic and the serious nature. Now, again, he could be, like you said, he could let loose and when he wasn't driving the podcast,
Right.
the radio show, when he wasn't in charge of driving it and he was just the passenger, then he could get a little, he could have some fun and get loose and say things that, he couldn't really say on the radio. And I like that, but I learned a lot from watching him be a professional, and I try, whenever I'm doing a show, I try to do it in a way that would be Kev approved, so he's always sort of with me, which is a weird thing to say, but like I feel like it's he's still there somehow.
Yeah, man. Charlie Robinson, you have a new book coming out?
I'm in the early stages of thinking about one. I've got a good one.
Well, where can people find your work up until this point? Is there a CharlieRobinson.com somewhere?
No, because I think somebody else has it.
Oh, man.
But you can go to theoctopusofglobalcontrol.com, and you can follow me on Twitter at macroaggression, and I'm pretty much there yelling at robots.
Hey, Travis Short has got a cutout. Travis, come on in and say hello to Charlie, and then you got to take off. So want to say hello and goodbye. So Travis, say hello to Charlie. Charlie, there's Travis Short. Meet each other. There you guys go.
Hey, Charlie, I've enjoyed listening to you here in the background. And guys, I want to say thank you all so much again for putting this show together. I know it means the world to Pearl and to Ann and to Ken and the whole family there. It means a lot to me being able to take part. I just want to thank you guys. And I totally forgot when you were mentioning how can people get in touch with me. TravisShort.com is actually the easiest, and I totally forgot to toss that website out there.
There you go.
It's Travis Short with 2Ts.com. Basically, that you go there. That's my publicity and public relations media consulting page. You can get in touch with me there. Email address, phone, anything that you possibly need. But guys, this has been a blast. Thank you guys so much. And I'll be in touch with all you guys. Enjoy the rest of the show. I'll be watching it. I've just got to take care of a couple of things for some clients.
All right. Again, thanks, Travis. I appreciate you and keep doing what you do so well.
Thanks, guys.
Travis.
There he goes, Travis Short. Charlie Robinson's here.
Charlie,
Nese.
you have. Oh, sorry, Jimmy.
No, I was just saying, Charlie's here, Nese's here, everybody's here in the chat rooms. There's chat rooms are full on both my channel and your stream. Look at Cinemonk's over there. Jules is over there. Look at Spooky Andy is over there. Nano Girl is over there. Delight is over there. Sid Vitch, there he goes. Texas DJ Bison's over there. Amber, it's good to see you. Really good to see you over there, Amber. Natalie's over there. Greg's over there. Man, the chat rooms are full. Charlie Robinson, 3 million downloads. Are you kidding me? Is it 3 million or 2 million?
It's over 3 million.
Ladies and gentlemen, over 3 million downloads. Charlie Robinson, macro aggressions. It's one of the. I swear, it is one of the most sought out. I mean, I'm not blowing smoke up your hiney, but it's one of the most sought out podcasts out there. And people across the plane, people that I know, they don't know that I know you, but then they come to me, they say, "Hey man, did you hear, Charlie just did this podcast, Charlie Robinson, you know about him?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "No, what about him?" He said, "Oh, no, he's just doing this thing about the Fabian Socialist Society." And, so, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Robinson, Kev Baker, we're super tight and super good friends. And
I miss him.
I do too. And it's,
and it's three, you have 3 books. Is that correct, Charlie?
The Octopus of Global Control, The Controlled Demolition of the American Empire, and Hypocrisy, Surviving in a World of Cultural Double Standards. Yeah, 3 books out.
If only they could be through Audible.
One of them is the Controlled Demolition book got turned into an audio book. My Octopus book is too long. I tried to go to a company to do it, and they're like, "No, it's too many words."
I might have to try to hit you up for a PDF version of it because I am blind and I'm excited about Audible. I will check that one out because I do enjoy.
I will definitely make that happen for sure.
Fantastic. So I really enjoyed about when you were talking about that balance between Kev being serious and just being like a silly little kid, because there was a magic beyond the prestidigitation of being on the air with him, because on Freaky Fridays there was multitudes of times where all of a sudden we are literally finishing each other's sentences or discussing the same topic at hand.
And I loved both versions. Wherever you want to go, man. We want to do a serious topic? Yeah, let's do it. Let's get into it. Let's see if we can figure this out. And then there were those other days where it was like, I just need a good laugh, and I need my partner to to pull up a story that you found, this week. He'd say, "Oh, I got one for you. Take a look at this thing." And it was like, it's like our minds were in sync. So I'll tell you what, for those of you out there that are watching this, that you should definitely go back through the archives and watch or listen or however you choose to get it. But play those shows, because I think what you'll find is that they're surprisingly timeless. Like even the topics that we were talking about, we were always talking, everyone, the Freaky Friday shows, a lot of them weren't time specific. They're as good today as they were 10 years ago or whatever. You can go back and listen to those. So I would encourage people to check out Kev's collection. It's still relevant. It's still valid. It's still fun. It's still funny. It's still funny. It'll make you miss him, but that part of Kev lives on forever as long as we remember to take a look at it. And, you know, and remember that, you know, he may be gone, but his work remains.
Yes.
And you can still connect with that work, however you choose to connect with it. And that's fantastic. So I'm really grateful that that the conversations that Kev and I had, or that, we all had with him, were always documented and can be sort of, retrieved when needed. But I haven't been, I personally have not been able to go back and watch his old stuff. Not yet. I will. It's still just a little too. I'm still in.
Yeah.
It still makes me sad.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't. And I need some more time before I feel like I can really get a good laugh out of it, because right now it's a little tough. But like I said, I'm grateful that I had the time I had with him, and I wish I had more. We always do, right?
Well, another thing I want to share is behind the scenes. So when you would be on the show with Kevin, he usually used Skype, and there would be a message thread, and the other guest and the host would go back and forth, and that was almost in itself a task not to laugh, because sometimes the things that would be shared behind the scenes, you wanted to break out laughing, but you can't because you're not quick enough on the mute button. And that was a frequent thing that happened to us on Freaky Friday, especially when we would mess up one of the words. And there was a few times on Freaky Friday where we definitely turned into prepubescent teenage men, and couldn't stop laughing, especially during the pylons being erected all over the country.
That's the great thing, is that you could also be you could just be a giggly moron with him too. That was just as much fun.
Yeah, because this information and being involved and immersed in the information onslaught that comes at us on a daily basis. I mean, even when the Kev Baker show started, news, the news cycle was nothing like it is now. I mean, now news happens, Charlie, in a macro second. You know what I mean? Right. It's like all of a sudden in the microcosm, there it is, boom, it happened, and now the reverberations of that, and so the shows that you guys did and what you just said reminded me of this. There's a picture of Eddie Van Halen. You can probably find it on Google Images. There's a picture of Eddie Van Halen, before he had his cancer and all this stuff, back when he was healthy. And he's holding up a yellow piece of paper, and it says, "If you miss me, just push play." And that's what I think about when I think about Kev, because like you said, when we're doing this stuff and we're doing shows and time goes by and the weeks go by and the shows go by, that we've actually documented crucial moments in reality on YouTube, on these recordings. And you can go back and see what we looked like when things were happening and when we were talking about it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, because these things, this information, it affects us all. And, it affected Kev too. And, previous, to when, he was, when we lost him, the thing that was really, I think, one key thing he was trying to talk about a lot was people getting grifted. People getting grifted and people LARPing all over the internet. And, there's so many grifts, and so many LARPers, the list is never ending. And, pointing out what he pointed out about Q in the crucial moment when he pointed it out 3 years before this whole movement of Q appeared, and the giant numbers that eventually became. So he knew the whole time that thing was going on, that it was not real.
Oh yeah, he was very vocal about that,
and
we had a blast. That's my my last interaction with him was that I was at a mall by my house over Christmas or something last year. And I came around the corner and there's a store, and the store is just called Q. It's just the letter Q. And I was like, what is going on here? And so I grabbed my camera and I take a picture of this storefront, right? It's like women's clothes or something. And I send it to Kev and I said, hey man, I'm at the mall. Do you need anything? You know, because he would totally appreciated that. Like, it's the Q store, you know. Do you want me to go in there and get you some nonsense? Because it's on sale.
Well,
you know,
Charlie,
He took hang on a second, Nese. He took a lot of heat. Let me just say, ladies and gentlemen, if you were in the alternative media or you're an independent broadcaster, most of those people, I honestly, I can't think of one mainstream independent broadcaster that wasn't on the Q train. And because Kevin wasn't on it, he took a lot of heat for that, man. Just like he took heat for not blindsiding Jordy Rose when he had opportunity to talk to him. He was a straight up dude, and that was the main problem. And so he didn't have a problem being straight up, but he took a lot of heat for some of the things that he was doing. Go ahead, Nese.
Well, to add to that, I can't confirm or deny that I may or may not have lost my position on TFR because of that same attitude towards the Q. And looking at it in my blind truth, if you look at the letter Q, it is a circle with a line, because we're all data. We're all zeros and ones. And when the line penetrates the circle, we're all fornicated under consensual knowledge. But just my perspective of the letter Q.
There he is.
He was early. He was all over it. He was. Oh, listen, guys. I appreciate you having me on. I have to run.
Me too. I got to go too, Charlie.
Thank you, Nese, for putting this all together. And Jimmy, you know, you and we're doing a show pretty soon here, I think.
Yeah. No worries.
And thank you so much, Charlie. I greatly appreciate it. I'm sure Ann and Pearl and the rest of the KBS family also do. And may you have a beautiful day, sir.
Thank you guys all. Thanks to the Kev's family as well.
We love you.
I really, you know, I hope this brings you. I hope you remember the good things and this brings you joy. There are so many people that really love the guy, and we're sad that he's gone, but we're so grateful that we knew him for the time we had, and I, for one, will never forget him. So thank you, guys. I'll talk to you later.
We love Charlie Robinson. I wish I had a bumper sticker that said "I heart Charlie Robinson." There he goes.
And another 11th letter of the alphabet that I'm so fond of, the letter K. And if I am correct, Mr. Wizard just informed me that we have the Doc K in the house.
Here? All right. Well, I'm going to stick around. If the Doc's here, I'll stick around with the Doc before I go, because I don't want to miss the Doc. Because I don't want to. Oh, wait a minute. I can't say his name. Don't say his name, or don't mention. I swear, don't mention his name. Let's just call him. Let's call him Mr. Shush. Okay.
Mr. K.
Dr. K, please.
Dr. K.
Dr. Shush.
Yeah, it's sign of the times, right? That I've listened to the show since I woke up, and hearing everyone's tales and good memories is very touching. And you know, I'd listened to Kev Baker. I've relayed this anecdote before, but in the morning time when I get to work, he was on late at night in the UK, and so there was very little back then to listen to, because there was not the avalanche of streaming that you have right now. And Kev was one of the first established streams, podcasts to actually have an audience listen to me about what was happening with the current pandemic. And I came forward very early, and he didn't try and shut me down. And I was talking about the lab origins of SARS, and that's been a contentious battleground for 2 years, more than 2 years. It's one of a small battle that I think we've won over the last couple of years. I do think that people have begun to understand that they're not just dealing with nature gone rogue. What we're actually dealing with are rogue nations, rogue transnational organizations. And to Kev's credit, he jumped in with both feet to continue to try and get this information out to people. And yeah, I don't know if you wanted to say something, Jimmy, but
yeah, I mean, the thing is that when he first had you on, and this is at the very beginning of the experiment, and there was a whole bunch of behavior that was going on in the general population. I think at the time, I mean, I almost want to do a documentary of all the crazy shit that's happened over the last 3 years, because I don't know if people remember this, but at the very beginning, young people were going to the grocery store and spitting on fruit, and they were spitting on door handles and all this, like, and displaying this behavior that had you brought up the clues around some of that behavior and some of the ways that this particular virus was hitting the population, and so how you brought that up on the show, and you kept coming back with more and more things as you found them, and you've been on the cutting edge of the investigation of what happened and what's been going on with this whole thing from the beginning. And Kev had the balls to put you on there. And, we were talking earlier how, Kev drops an F-bomb or two. And it's like when you guys were doing streams on your show and he wasn't on the Kev Baker show, he could be more Kev Baker with you over there, but, and be himself. So, I mean, you guys did some great broadcasts together. You guys vibed really well together. The energy was there. And Kev, made his platform available to you in a way that wasn't available to a lot of people at the time when this was going on. And he really, I mean, I swear, I mean, and so obviously you were on my show, used to come on my show once a week when I was on Aftermath. So, I mean, our relationship has continued. And, this is just, it's a solemn remembrance to think about the fact that he's gone. But at the same time, you guys were a cutting edge on what's been going on, and it's turning out that a lot of what you said was right. And you're being vindicated through time, and there it is, all up on there. It's on in the ether space forever.
Well, he's a brother from another mother. I can say that much. And we did some really great streams, and I can just remember the first one that we did. I only got him for a few minutes, I think, and then it was something I can remember, something along the lines of, these zombies don't bite, they spit, right? And
yeah, man.
And hey,
well, I mean, some of the things that you had brought up originally about Mad Cow and some of these other things are actually presenting system,
it's all coming out now. It's all there.
So, yeah, that's what I mean. Go ahead. But I mean, you were cutting edge on a lot of these shows with Kev Baker. That's what I mean. Going back and listening to some of these older shows that are up on YouTube, you're going to find, ladies and gentlemen, that Kev Baker was on the cutting edge most of the time.
And it hasn't stopped, and the conversation has evolved. I came at it very much from it was a man-made phenomenon. That position. I mean, I sort of made the move into trying to speak publicly through using YouTube, and one of the premises was that potentially we're seeing the outbreak of what's coined now next generation warfare, I guess. And
Mhm.
the sad fact is that the worst of predictions I was making with Kev has just been concretized into reality right now, and I don't. Well, I don't want to be talking about myself or SARS. This is about Kev, and we would be in a stronger position were we to not lose good men like that. And we did lose we lost a warrior a year ago, and I remember him going into the hospital, and well, he was in a few times, right? And we'd sort of texted back and forth. I don't think he was up much for speaking, and he said he sent me a goodbye, and I was, it sounds sort of cliche, but I was at Mount Fuji at the time, and if ever there's a spiritual place on this planet that people should visit, that's a real energetic node.
Yeah.
And if I was able to sort of guide, what did he always say? He's not gone, just ascended, right? And if part of that, our shared consciousness was ascending that day, I'll forever treasure those memories, and that it was a short amount of time that I would speak with him, not just on stream but off stream as well. We had some really, really good laughs.
Yeah, the backstage Kev conversations were like I was saying earlier. He was drippingly sarcastic. A lot of times, and that's one of the things I enjoy. I enjoy a lot of good sarcasm. Because it's on some level you got to find something sarcastic to laugh at. I don't know. I guess today sarcasm is considered a microaggression. If you're sarcastic, you should not allowed to be sarcastic over there, Doc. So don't you dare be sarcastic.
I'm really sad that I know Nese went to a lot of trouble sort of organizing this. I know you both were working hard in the background, and initially I said, oh yeah, I would be happy to host it, but the issue is that the censorious environment in which we find ourselves, it was present back when I was speaking to Kev. I don't think anyone had any real notion of how deep that censorship ran in the networks right now. We're just getting a glimpse of it now as Twitter is sort of releasing files, and we're finding out that there's revolving doors between the intelligence agencies and these quote unquote media companies. And these media companies are essentially the sharp edge of the psychological warfare that's been waged upon people. And so not only have there been physical casualties like Commander Baker, like Kev, but there've been people that have had their minds shattered as well in the last few years. And to lose someone like Kev, who had that ability to have a laugh in under pressure and when things look dark like that, because he was laughing right till the end with me. And if I manage to do one thing, and if I manage to just give people some humor at the moment when things are looking so dire, and I think I don't think I would be
man, I swear to God, I don't think I ever laughed so hard as when Kev he found these videos of these Russians, and these are huge Russians that were like they look like they're about to arm wrestle. So you put your one hand up and you grab the other guy's hand like you're going to arm wrestle, and then you keep the other hand to your side, and then you smack the other dude in the face. And he found these videos, and this was like one of the afternoon Saturday streams, wasn't on the show, and he found this video and he was playing it, man, and these dudes were smacking each other in the face. And then there was this other one, Kev, where it was some sort of fish emulsion. I'm not sure what it was, but it was so rank when these guys were trying to drink it. It literally, when they put their nose over the cup, it made them puke. And I swear to, I mean, I don't know if that stream's even up there anymore, but I swear to God, sometimes when I was with Kev and it was, it wasn't like a main show thing, we laughed so hard, man. And so hard and so long. And like I was saying, I mean, on some level, the level of stress that there is around people that, immerse themselves in this information, it's one thing to immerse yourself in a simple subject. It's another thing to immerse yourself in what we find in front of us, which is every single place we look, it looks like we've been lied to and we've been deceived by people that have knowledge that what they're doing may not be that good for us. And so the people that we trusted and the people that we thought were watching out for us, turns out they weren't really watching out for us. They were wolves in sheep's clothing, and they've been selling us down the river. And you're one of the people out here that have been, chipping away at the stone. And I'm so glad that, like without the Kev Baker Show, there's a family that's developed around it all over these years. And without that family, I would have never met you. I would have never heard you. I would have never met Charlie. I would have never met Nese. I would have never met any of these people. And we have a family, even though we're not in the physical realm, we're still we're bonded together and at least coming together for about this one thing, and that is how much we love Kev Baker and how much he actually did affect so many people's lives. I mean, I'll just tell you real quick, on one show we did, just somehow I got off on the subject of urban mining. Okay, and basically what that is they have these places where you dump change into this thing and it spits out a ticket and you get your money. Well, if you go down to those machines, all you got to do is pay the person who counts the money for whatever silver coins or whatever coins are in there that you find. So in other words, if you find a silver dollar in there, if you give the bookkeeper $1, her book's balanced, so she doesn't care, but you're getting a $20 silver piece, see, for $1. And so we're talking about that on the show. Years later, some dude comes into a chat and he goes, Jimmy, you remember that show you guys did about urban mining? He goes, I found a penny that was worth $15,000. Okay, so listen, it's just like one guy who happened to listen to that show that day. So when I say we have no idea the amount of lives that Kev Baker's touched, the amount of lives that Doc McCarron's touched, I mean, it's literally unbelievable the place that we find ourselves in and the ability to have these conversations out here where, Kev Baker was big on not telling you what to think, but just hoping that you would think, showing you where to look, but not telling you what to see. These are the ways that I remember Kev Baker.
Yeah, and God, I've got so many fond memories, man, just in such a short time. Like I say, he just went, dove in head first into this experiment, right? It's a good way of putting it. And I'm really having to watch what I say because I know I want this to stay up on YouTube, but just the General GD Bakshi stuff that we had, that's just become such a central theme around which I stream, and that's all. That was all with Kev's sort of input. Man, he was feeding me clips all the time. He'd watch that show. I forget the Indian channel now, but he'd be watching it, sending me sound clips all the time, and you got to watch this, you got to watch that. And I don't know where he found the time Yes, I struggle to keep up with it all, and
Wow.
you know he's
genetically manipulated.
I just I didn't get the Indian accent there, but yeah, the you know he really had a way of it's a form of leadership, right? To have people gel together, relax together, and get out on a mission together. And you know, we did some pretty well. You know, you before I came on, you were talking about just him busting the Q grift, right? And you know that's a psychological operation being unleashed onto the American public right now. And you know, we caught a few people, him and myself, just in you know outright lies, right? One of them being Last American Vagabond, right? We caught him lying on the stream, and you know, because my channel's been nuked so many times, I've got an archive of all this stuff, but I don't have the titles for the streams, right? So I'd literally have to.
Yeah, I have the same problem. I have the same problem. You know what? You know what I found on Thanksgiving? I did a stream and I just played a couple episodes of bootleg Kev Baker shows that I did that I just happened to record that show. But I mean, I didn't do it all the time. But what was interesting was it was one of the last shows, and he had just come over to Aftermath and he was doing the Kev Baker Aftermath show, and he wasn't doing too good, you know. And it was like I didn't understand why he wanted to do that show so bad. You know what I mean? I was like, come on, man. You know, you don't have to do it. It's just, you know, whatever. It was, you know, we'll figure it out. You know, I said, I'll send him a message. No big deal. And he was adamant, man. You know, and the thing is I haven't talked about this, but, you know, it was in recording that, you know, I remembered it when I was playing that show. Because like I said, I don't go back and listen to these shows. You know what I mean? So I haven't listened to that show since we did it, or any of the other Kev Baker shows that I have on my, you know, that I recorded. But anyways, I forgot where I was going with that. But the point is that he put everything he had into it, and even up until the last minute where he had to do this recording. And I'm saying, dude, you don't have to do the show, you know. And he would not say no. And I remember what it was. I haven't talked about this, but during that show, when I was listening to it the other day, I remembered his camera accidentally went. He didn't have his camera on, and his camera actually went on, and it went on for a couple seconds. And I looked up at the screen, and I mean, my jaw must have dropped to the floor, man. He quickly, you know, he turned the camera off or whatever, and I could see that he wasn't doing good, man. You know what I mean? And I was like, Kev, man, dude, you don't have to, you know, do the thing. And he wouldn't not do it, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the kind of dude he was. And I mean, he gave everything he had up until, you know, he had nothing left to give. And now everything he did and everything he gave, for the most part, you can find up there on his channels on YouTube. And you can still find the doc.
Oh, don't tell him, bro.
Yeah, you can find Dr. Shush, and I can't say the name of his.
Dr. Feelgood.
I can't say the name of his. I can't say the name of his dojo. Okay, but if you typed in his name, his real name, Dr. Shush's name, and then that word I just said there a second ago begins with a D, ends with an O. If you do that, chances are you're going to find Dr. Shush. And
also, if you go in the KBS Discord, the doc is nice enough to post when he is on air, wherever he can be found.
Yeah, well, Doc, it's a you know, it's a thing we were talking about earlier, is this middle of the day for us. I know for you it's a different time in the afternoon. 2 o'clock Pacific was what it was for me. And so my days, my afternoons, I was going to spend 2 hours with Kev Baker, you know, from 2 to 4, you know, and then I'd wander around in the wilderness because there wasn't anything. You know, because there's not very many shows that I listen to. You know, there's not many people that I listen to. I hear a bunch of squawking, okay, but I only tune in to certain people, and I would tune into the Kev Baker show because I listened to Kev, you know. I listened to what he had to say, and I listened to the people that he brought on, like you, you know, and I listen to you now when you do streams, you know, and it's like, so the thing is this family is bigger than we know, and, you know, we just come here and remember Kev. I mean, you know, there's no reason we can't come here every year and remember, because that's like a family reunion kind of a thing. You know, it's like the Kev Baker family reunion, you know, make a t-shirt, Nese. Kev Baker family reunion 2023. You know what I'm
You know
saying?
what? That just reminds me of the artwork he used to do for every
Yeah,
stream.
man.
Right, just blew me away. Right? I still have it sort of on my sort of intro rolls, and I just made a new one. Maybe it might not be on there, but you know, there's one he made with Bakshi as well, sort of riding this tank into. It's brilliant, and you know, I don't know what I must have done like 6, 7 of his Kev Baker streams, and each one he made unique artwork for it, and they were fantastic. Really, I say I don't know how he managed to find the time. I'm just so slow and such a klutz with.
Yeah, he was getting into it too there. He was really getting into doing production with these tools that he found and that he had. And it was funny because he had this thing, and you know, he was making it, and it was for my show, and it was like he turned one of these pictures, this cartoon drawings he turned it into like this 3D image that was spinning around. It was so cool, man. He's going, it's like, Jimmy, you know, it's almost done. And I was looking at it, I was going, man, it's done now, you know. What else could you possibly do to it, man? It was so cool. But he was spending a lot of his time playing around with that, you know. You know, he liked his video games. You know what I mean? Him and Scotty, you know, and everybody, you know. So I mean, there are so many aspects to Kev, and I'm just, you know, so lucky and grateful that I had a chance to meet him and got to know him as much as I did. You know, obviously, I don't know everything. But I, as far as the relationship goes, and I'll just let you know, part of the End of the Microcosm crew is Rock and Rio, and he does quite a bit of reverse speech. And we actually came on the Kev Baker show to do a reverse speech show with Kev. And unbeknownst to Kev, Rock and Rio had reverse speeched Kev. And so Kev didn't know that. And so when we showed up, obviously, you know, I got a studio here, so we were ready to play clips. And so we told him, we said, hey, man, you know, we reverse speech you, dude. You know, the truth's going to come out, you know. And we gave him the opportunity. We said, you don't have to play it, man. And, you know, and he said, no, go ahead. So he was one of the few people, I'm just saying, there's not very many people that show up congruent, you know, forward and backward. And, you know, typically that means you're telling the truth. You're a truthful person when what you say. Like if I say, hey, see that black dog? And then reverse, I say, look at the black dog. You know, that means that, you know, in my subconscious mind is you know, reverberating what I'm saying to you forward in reverse. And so Kev turned out to be obviously honest. And Rock and Rio was, you know, obviously not surprised. You know, we didn't think there was going to be any doubt. And so it was really fun. And, you know, Kev, like I say, Kev, as far as I'm concerned, is a man of his word. And, you know, he went down swinging, dude. You know what I mean? He wasn't laying on the couch stuffing chips in his face, you know, armchair survival in it. You know, he was out there doing stuff, you know. Him and Johnny was, you know. Go ahead, Nese.
One thing that definitely has to be shared to the two of you is that shortly after his transition, that Jimmy, Jeans, and Doc Kevin, they did a phenomenal job of doing a marathon in honor of our brother. And through this marathon, a large amount of money was organized, that assisted Ann and Junior. And also, I say that because during the stream, we have a banner up with Ann's PayPal. And if anybody has anything to contribute, we would greatly appreciate it, because the void is still being felt by not only us, but definitely the family. And if you can throw a little bit of extra love and positivity on top of that, the more power to you, because as it's been said many times, you know, Kev Baker has touched us in so many different ways, mainly appropriately, but through that occurrence and that experience, he has helped elevate us to where we are today.
I think Kev might have had a snarky joke about where you're being touched, but just that I would reiterate that you know, it's people need support in the aftermath of losses like this, and you know, as you said, his loss was felt. You know, I felt a very profound loss, and I can only imagine what that was like for people really in his family, his inner circle. And you know, Kev loved many people, and you know, if there's a way to help Anne and Kev Jr., then please,
he had an incredible way of tolerating people. And there's times when I would have challenges with tolerating individual, and Kev would point it out, where it's like, you know, we're all individuals. We all have our full spectrum of positive, neutral, and negative. And I know I've been guilty of causing negativity, you know, and so I try to amend that or correct that. And it was such a joyous occurrence, you know, to share all of these adventures, you know, as we on Freaky Fridays would take off for Speculation Island, and we would joke about his ship, the USS Douche Canoe, and just the adventures that we went on, and the wide spectrum of topics that we had, and 1,500 KBS shows. I can't imagine how many Freaky Fridays, but it was such a honor, and I hope we're showing that honor to our incredible brother. And I thank you, Jimmy, for the money that you raised for his family and your participation in that. Kev, it was wonderful of you guys.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate the heads up on it. But I mean, you know, it's like this. We're talking about this Kev Baker family came together for the Kev Baker family. And I'm gonna just say, you know, I you know, it was an unprecedented. How much money did Jordan Maxwell's family get to have people come together for Jordan Maxwell over there? Anybody? No, because you look at anybody in this alternative media, and when they pass on or they're not there anymore, people, you know what they do? They change the channel. They go listen to somebody else. Okay, that was not going to happen to Kev Baker, as far as I was concerned. And so I wanted to come on there and sit there with everybody as long as we needed to try to make something happen. And I think what we made happen was unprecedented. And just to be associated with that is enough for me. In other words, I put out show after show after show of groundbreaking information. Nobody knows my name. Okay, but if you say my name and it's associated with coming to the aid of my friend and his family, he passed away, then, you know, I'm good with that. So thank you for bringing it up, Nese. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to help. And Doc, man, can't say enough what you did in that moment either. So everybody all came together in that moment. Every single. I mean, if you go back and listen to that stream we did, lots of people are on there. There's people crying on there. Okay? It was all happening in the moment. And everything that was said there about Kev Baker, for his son to be able to go and listen to what people thought of his father, of his dad, you know, I mean, not to me, and it's there forever. So you know what I mean. So there it is. What did someone think about my pop? You know, I don't know what anybody thought about my dad. And let me just say, if I did know, they wouldn't be saying anything good, because my dad was not, he was not liked by my family. Okay, but the point is that Kev as a father, and all these people come together and saying how they felt was really a moment that I'll treasure for the rest of my life, man. Seriously.
Yeah, it was very touching. I'm struggling to find the words, but it touched me, and I felt privileged to be part of it and to be welcomed by Kev's family, and I wish I was more eloquent at times like this, and there was a malaise in the last few days, and I really think a lot of that is just reminiscing and thinking about time's gone, the world's changed real fast in the last couple of years, and Kev, again, we've lost such a warrior that we got put on the back foot somewhat, and I like to think that us being able to win some of these battles, they've been important battles in this very, very contested space on the internet. Yeah. This is the battlefield of the 21st century. And he was there, man, leading the charge, and and a consummate professional as well. I learned so much from him, just from advice in the back.
There was dudes making videos about Kev and I that we were Russian agents, and he was working. Man, you guys, I'm gonna have to get going because I got a show to do here in 3 hours, and I really appreciate you guys allowing me to come in and be here today. And so I wanted to say, Doc, thanks a million. Nese, thanks a million. Mr. Wizard, thanks for producing. Great job. I think all in all, man, I've had a good time, and I think it's been a cleansing and a washing away of some of the pain, of missing Kev. And so I just want to thank you guys for letting me be here, and I want to say I got to exit here in a moment. So,
well, thank you for showing up, Jimmy. I appreciate you, brother. It's been an incredible adventure, and I'm excited to see what the next adventure shall be.
Yeah, so you can go into themicrocosm.com to find out about us at the show. We're doing a show tonight at 9 o'clock Pacific, Revolution Radio, and we'll be on YouTube, Into the Microcosm with Jimmy Jean. And Charlie Robinson's going to stop by. Now the girl's going to probably pop in for a minute or two, and we probably will reminisce a little bit about Kev. You're welcome to stop by too, Doc, if you're up and roaming around.
I probably may take you up on that offer.
All right, baby.
I'll see how the family's set up today.
No worries. All right, so much love to everybody, and I just want to thank you and want to say goodbye for now.
Yeah, cheers, Jimmy. Speak to you
Toodles.
Later. See you guys later.
Mr. Wizard, if you could, in this next hour, drop the link in the chat room for those out there that wish to participate and share what they wish. We have a couple more people that we're hoping might be able to show up. They had some challenges to work through. And if Doc, the dojo is running, and I will have somebody drop within the Kev Baker Discord the link up to your Discord. And I apologize playing the algorithm games, the buzzword games, because it
Yes,
is
sadly have to.
unfortunate.
Yeah, but look, man, that's the reality on the ground right now, and I don't see it changing anytime real soon. Maybe Twitter is going to be a little bit of a more flexible environment, but Google certainly isn't. And you know, yeah, man, I wish it wasn't like this, but it is what it is. And you know, if Kev was here, man, he would just say, "Crack on, keep going." And you know, that's what I'm trying to do.
And that was an important lesson of the captain, and he humbled me, because as he was going through the challenges he had with his disease, his dis-ease, he would tell me about myself, and sorry about making it about me, but I'm blind and crippled up in a wheelchair. And Kev would tell me, when I would bring up to him about how much he's loved and what he's doing for the listeners, and then he would turn it around on me and point out where, look, dude, when I'm having my rough days, I think of Scotty and you. Both of you guys are in wheelchairs, and both of you guys are willing to participate and join in with Kev to assist him. And that was the beautiful thing about the family and being brothers in arms, you know, literally and metaphorically. And so it is something that I have been able to reflect on, giving me the full spectrum of emotions, because I've gone through laughter and giggles and tears with creating this tribute. And I'm so honored that you know, unfortunately, because of the way things are right now, you know, and thank you for being one of the first persons to pop up and say you were willing to produce, you know, and it is what it is. But I also wanted to say thank you to Algorithm, Mr. Wizard. Mike is in the background, and if you wish to jump in at any time, you know, be happy to have you and to hear your voice.
Why, thank you, Nese.
Algorithm.
So I do want to say to Dr. McCarran, thank you not only for anchoring this, but from my conversations with Kev, and something that Ann confirmed in the chat, you were literally one of his favorite people in the digital realm. And that's a big deal.
That feeling was mutual.
Yeah, and I think like for all of us in chat, everybody listening back, everybody who's been on panel, Kev was our favorite, and it just says a lot about what kind of man you are. So I know you will continue to fight. I think that's what Kev really did. I think Kev just wanted truth.
Yeah, and you know, as I said earlier, he was consummate professional, and you know, very skilled at what he'd chosen to do, and you know, that was reach out and speak to people on a big platform. And you know, the terrible environment we're in right now, you know, my concern, I thought we were going to use Kev's YouTube channel, and you know, the thought that, you know, just something. Well, I mentioned the people's sort of paranoia about them quote unquote monitoring, and you know, that's all turned out to be true, right? At the highest levels, and we're in a situation of very, very I wouldn't say it's unique. You could look at the Second World War, First World War, but I don't think there's been any other times where there's been such draconian measures taken against individuals. And you know, Kev wasn't afraid of that. Kev you know, he sort of relayed to me that, you know, he didn't like actually what YouTube had become. He said he was, you know, this was just a small anecdote from our private conversations, but he said that the big channel had got in the way of him really enjoying what he was doing, which was, as you said, he wanted to just get to the truth of the matter. And
yeah, and nobody likes the truth, right? So I mean, I think your point is well taken, where for the first time, for a lot of people, not so much you or Nese or myself or Kev, but for the first time, people are realizing the reach of government, NGOs, and all of the other things against the what we would call the common man. And Kev was a common man, but Kev was a warrior of the highest order. And I remember when his stream was, he did get a strike, and he's like, okay, the game has changed. And that game to continue to broadcast, not only to bring people together, but to get his message out. And I mean, I applaud your efforts. And it's not an easy road when there's just a few people pointing out that the emperor has no clothes. In that story, it was a little boy, and I think Kev's innocence and his honesty, and I've come to learn that a little bit about you, which I can see why I liked you so much, because you're just a good dude. And that's the other thing. Everybody that's been on here, everybody who's in chat, good people gravitated to Kev because he was probably the best guy.
Well, the most wonderful thing about Kevin and Doc Kevin is that they both have a beautiful and wonderful and fascinating name, Kevin.
Yeah, so do you, so quit being a smart ass.
You might be biased on that one.
Totally biased on that one there.
Just my scientific analysis of the situation. But, there's, if I was, I want people to understand, maybe you haven't listened to me prior to this. And, in the conversations I had with Kev, as we were sort of weighing up the geopolitical changes that were sort of coming through, and Ukraine, I can look back to sort of specific events, and sort of Ukraine was sort of heating up, and there was, he sent me a clip of a lone British frigate being basically sent into the Black Sea, and Russians basically chasing them off, and that they were foreshadows of where we are right now. And what we've come to learn in the last month is not just the nefarious activities with respect to psychological operations, and I mean real weaponized psychological operations that have been played on people, but this has relayed down to the I'm going to choose my words carefully, the public health measures that have been taken. These are all wartime measures. This is something that we've come to understand very, very acutely in the last, I want to say 6 months, as the paperwork has come out, as other independent researchers have gone in and wrestled with the Gordian knot that we're all having to navigate. And I mean, every one of us is having to navigate this. And I would say this, Kev got COVID, right? And it did a number on him. And I don't want to be too
you can say it
too dark, but Kev was forced to take medical countermeasures by the state in order to receive health care.
Right.
This is an abominable situation to find ourselves in, where people are not given the choice, where we can see now the data doesn't lie where we have excess deaths across the board, not just in the US, in Europe, and Scotland has been hit particularly hard, where we're seeing 10 up to 20% excess death in age groups that basically encompassed Kev. And so that's, in the UK alone, I want to say it's like 1,000 people a week, every week, since medical countermeasures were rolled out, since the release of this agent, right? These are crimes of monumental darkness that have been foisted upon us. And I'm angry that they took my friend, right? That they put my friend into the position that he was in, where he could have, in my opinion, he could have been left well alone and probably still be with us. And for that, I will keep trying to kick and scream right to the end of this trajectory that they have us on, because if they did it to Kev, they're going to do it to you soon, unless you're able to say no. I don't, or you find ways to get out of the system. And if I can do anything today, is just find ways right now where you're less dependent that jackbooted, because that's what they are. They're just jackboots, but they come through in white letters shoved through your letterbox, telling you that they're going to cut you off from stuff, from infrastructure that our fathers handed to us, right, from previous wars. Right?
Well, and I think well said. Go ahead, Nese, go.
This is one of the things that is so absolute precious about this moment of existence. From my perspective and experience, where I am rolling down the street and the next moment I'm ran over by an 80,000 pound garbage truck and lived through it, that this experience is over in a blink of an eye. And we don't know the what ifs, and if you do have a crystal ball, mine is cracked. And so I'd love to use yours, because we just don't know. But that's the excitement of it. And that's where it's such a gift to have the experiences with Kev, because he had this attitude of life, just like the rest of us, where it fluctuated, of having positive days and negative days and neutral days. But we're all in it together. And we had an opportunity to come together at specific times to share this full spectrum of the experience, to where at times we'll get upset and we'll get sad, and then we'll laugh and we'll giggle, but we get to do it together. And this is the one thing that I just so admire Kev with, is that he wanted to do the shows because he saw how beneficial it was to each of us, including myself, to find this family, to be part of this family, and to share those precious moments. And so, I thank you, Pearl. I thank you, Pearl, for giving us the opportunity to share the experiences of your son. And Anne, I thank you for being supportive as Kev would go through the full spectrum of doing these shows. And hopefully you got better on that target throw with the shoe.
Hey, by the way, Nese.
Yes.
In the chat, Anne confirmed that she never once threw a shoe.
Oh.
Slipper.
Yeah, and no, I think that's fantastic, and I do think that, for Pearl gave us a gift, and clearly Kev was a gift to her. He played Scrabble with her every night. I made that little intro. I don't think you saw it unless you were here from the very beginning, Doctor, but
I was sleeping. Sorry.
I forgot to. I'm going to play it again because I think it really epitomizes what Kev did. He played Scrabble every night with his mom. You know, a person that does that, is a good person. So if a person like that is going to go to battle, and Dr. McCarran, you're talking about a battle. There's a war on humanity right now. Kevin was, COPD, and the medication kept him longer than some think. And I don't know the answer to that train of thought you were going on, but I do agree with you that there's a war on humanity. And how I got to know Kevin was from being a part of his stream. He had me on once. It was great. I sent him a book I wrote, and he's a friend of mine. But the way he fought that war, I think, was by exposure and by comedy. And I will always be grateful that he opened, so many eyes, just not on purpose. It was on purpose, but it wasn't in your face the way I do it, or maybe the way you do it, to where you say, look, here's this thing you need to know. This is the thing they're doing to us. He wouldn't do it that way, but he still got the point across. And I think it was, what else can I say about that? He was a great man, and
that was
sorely missed.
The tactical experience of Kevin as guest, of how he would, come on in, have a seat, settle on in, grab a cup of Joe or whatever, and let's just start chatting. And then he would throw humor in it. And me and the captain would share this many times, because I also do open mic comedy, and I rolled away from open mic comedy because it got way too politically correct and it was no longer fun for me. But that enjoyable moments were when we were doing Freaky Friday, or when I would be showing up on Mondays, to where Kev would be like, all right, let's go at it. And then we would intentionally, it would seem like we would try to bust each other up every now and then, when we had that opportunity to just slip in a little of this or a little of that at the right time or the wrong time.
He was great at that. I miss him for that. He had he was my generation, same generation, same age, and
the 76ers.
I'm a wee bit older than Kev, but 70s lad, right? So we grew up through the same things. We remember the UK before the internet, and I know Glasgow well. I spent many years in Scotland, and I was, when I moved up there, there was I've traveled all around the world, and there are sort of places that you can go and you feel a connection to straight away, and Scotland was one of them for me. That's where my roots are, and I felt like it was like a brother to me. Yep. And those are few and far between. So you cherish the brothers that you do have, and I really, I wish he was here now, because he would come up with something witty whilst I'm sort of, wow, I'm having flashbacks of memories that I've battened down somewhat in the last year, because I've had to be focused in on what's going on in the world, and,
right? Because it's getting pretty dark.
Oh God, yeah. I if you'd have said this, well, it was dark this time a year ago, but if you'd said to me a year ago that we would be this far along, this type of, what I see as a form of 21st century Bolshevism emerging. It's technocratic in nature. They're obviously going to leverage the medical system as a means to entrap people. It wouldn't surprise me to see them going for some sort of universal basic income type infrastructure, something along that lines, or a sort of slave I wouldn't call it capitalist, but drone type existence that they have in China. And look, the sad fact is that the UK is primed for it. Kev, like myself, would have remembered a time before they started throwing up cameras everywhere, before they started to get really invasive with their ideologies and their political machinations. And when I see headlines from Scotland, and I don't mean to sort of drag the conversation away from Kev, but this is
Kev's conversation.
You probably want to bring it up.
Absolutely.
But when there are headlines coming out of Scotland that basically say we can't call pedos, we've got to call them minor attracted persons, right? I know that Kev would be feeling the same rage that I do when I see that crumbling of the
morality,
social norms, morality that brought us to this, ensconced myself and Kevin. We're products of the UK. You can say chemical generation, whatever. We did. I wasn't a paragon of virtue growing up, not at all. And I think the reason that I gelled with Kev so well is that he was probably of the same ilk. He's a cheeky wee little bugger, and was off doing a wrong'un on at a weekend.
Yeah, causing shit until he went in the military, and he gained a different sense. But you're Gen X, and Gen Xers were raised to. We had some things and some stuff, but we also had a moral compass, a line you would not cross. Yeah. And I agree that from my getting to know him, he would be outraged that the Scottish government calls them MAPs. And I think that's the takeaway for me, is to keep at every step as best you can to not only honor Kev, but to honor what he stood for. Kev was a truth teller, first and foremost. He liked the woo, and he liked the esoteric, and he liked to ask questions. And in part of this intro, which I'm going to, like I said, I'll play it pretty soon, but his very first video on his channel was a chemtrail video. He was curious, and he's like pissed off about it. He's like, what is this? I don't know. And I have nothing but respect for a person that can walk in both places. You have to be a broadcaster. You have to share your stuff, but you're going to go. And clearly you're that same kind of man. So quick question, though. How long there are people who are in the chat that want to share and participate? If you want to stay.
Can we real quick before we go, sorry, Kev, 1 second. If we could real quickly, before we have the other people come on, can we play that little video clip that Bill Bean sent to us, because he wanted to be here this evening?
Absolutely.
But he did grace us with a little video clip on it.
We can.
Of course, Doc, you're always welcome here if you want. It's totally up
to you guys. I mean, I've taken an hour. I don't know if I guess there's people wanting to come on and.
Well, they probably want to talk with you too. So if you want to stay, you're absolutely welcome to stay.
Well, I can stay.
Okay, we're gonna play this thing from Bill Bean. This is Bill's message. He couldn't be with us. Kev hosted, not host. Yeah, he did host. He hosted and produced Warrior Mode, which was Bill Bean's introduction into YouTube. And Bill Bean is an interesting man who has the best of intentions. I was his only moderator, which I felt honored for. And I kept the chat going and so forth and so on. We got a year of shows over. If anybody needs some religion, go check out Warrior Mode on Bill Bean with Kev. They had a lot of good people on there, including Mercedes, which I'm going to still try to find from Bill Bean.
I'm Bill Bean, the spiritual warrior, and this message is a somber message, but a contribution to the celebration of the life of Kev Baker. It's hard to believe that it's been over a year since he's passed. And I think of him every day and love and miss him. And I continue to pray for his family as well. And we keep them in prayer, and we will keep them in prayer in each and every day. And I do believe that in the end, Kev's family members will see him and be with him again in God's heavenly kingdom. And I'm just thankful that our mutual friend, Laura Maxwell in Scotland, connected us. We became connected when I went on the Kev Baker show with Laura. And then we had an instant brotherhood and friendship from there. And it was great to know him. He was absolutely a brother and a dear friend, and he's greatly missed. So though I can't be a part of the tribute to his life, this is my small contribution in saying that I very much love and miss Kev, and love and pray for his family as well on a regular basis. So thank you very much for listening to these words, and much love, and God bless all of you.
Hey YouTube, just filming a wee chemtrail here. I hope you can see it. There's a mad black line behind it. You can Google it, black line phenomenon. They get seen with chemtrails just to prove it as a chemtrail. Look. What is it? Who knows? What can be casting a shadow that isn't even there?
This is the Kev Baker Show. Answers to age-old questions, deciphering the world painted around you by the mainstream media. This is the Kev Baker Show. And now, here is your host, Kev Baker.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, YouTube, we are back again, and never fear, Kev Baker is here. Yes, I see everyone in the chat room panicking. I was a bit late getting in there today. And that's because I was too busy talking to today's guest. We were catching up, getting ready for today's show, which is going to be another cracker. Let me just tell you right here. Big shout out over there.
DJ Bison donated £2 through Super Chat. Been looking forward to being your burger for ages.
Salute to the man.
Thank you, Mr. Wizard.
Yeah, 10-4. So, since you're willing to stay and there are a couple of people waiting who want to share what they want to say, let's bring on a longtime friend of Kev's channel and one of the most interesting and colorful people that I've met through Kev. It is Sidovich. You've been waiting a long time, my friend. Let's unmute.
Hello.
Hello, you are here. We hear you great. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's not working.
Oh, Sid.
I hear the promo again.
Unmute yourself, Sid.
Settings in the Zoom panel. Check you've got the right mic hooked up. I had to do that. So might be something to check. He's definitely unmuted, right?
Right, he's unmuted, but we can't hear him. Yeah, Sid, check your settings for sure. And we will pull Sid down, and we will move on to Polynation.
I'm going to jump out and be right back. I'm going to shut down my phone's overheating. Be right back.
10-4. Technology is challenging sometimes. Sid, hang tough, brother.
Bane of my existence, bro. I'd like to see the chat, right? But I don't have any YouTube accounts to be able to.
So on the top right of the StreamYard, there should be a button you can click that says "See Chat."
Comments. Oh, nice. Wonderful.
Polly, are you with us? Polynation. I know it works because Dr. Kevin and I can hear each other. So, Polly, are you there? Oh, no. We are 0 for 2.
I was talking too long. Me and Jimmy.
No, it's okay. Renzo, I'm going to put the link in the chat. There you go. If anybody wants to join, hang out for a little while, continue to talk about things. Polly, we're going to bring Sid up and pull you down. There you are, Sid. We see your video. You've got no audio. I know. Son of a buck.
I can feel the pain.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we see you, brother, but we can't hear you. So unmute that little thing on the bottom. There you go. Try again. Nope. Your microphone is not connected. Keep trying. I'll pull you back up first. You're first. You waited so long. And I will give you a moment to try. But we're going to go to Buzzacino. He's got a poem he wants to read that he wrote for Kev Baker. Buzzacino, my friend, how are you?
Groovy.
There you go. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me here.
No, absolutely.
I wouldn't have missed it for the world, you know. Kev Baker. Wow. What a beacon in the darkness, mate.
100%.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, I basically watched Kev for about 6 years in all. The first 2 years I just watched. And then I got so interested because of the way this guy was that I just wanted to help out. And of course, being a bit too eager, immediately Kev thought I was some sort of troll or something. And then we had this chat one time and I mentioned, you know, I miss phoning my mum every day. And from that point onwards, his whole, you know, concept of me changed. And I started putting some small poems in the chat. Next thing you know, he's calling me his resident poet and all the rest of it. And it took me back to the path of poetry, which is now where I do my thing. I put my poetry all over the place, and that's all thanks to Kev.
That's
so
great,
I've got
man.
a poem. It's one that I wrote when he passed, and well, it's two that I put together to make one whole one as a tribute to the captain. It is Kev Baker, man of woo. He warned us of black goo. He brought us tales from ghosts to growls and the freakiest things that were new. He's now on the final adventure, the one we can't join him on. Those that knew him will always remember. From our hearts, he will never be gone. It does not feel real and the pain does not end, and your heart cries out that you lost a true friend. Someone that you will miss, a daily part of your life, a light in the darkness through the trouble and strife. With a laugh and a story, Kev Baker would shine, a proud Scottish voice whose tales would entwine. Forgetting your sorrows or woes for the day, Kev's tales and adventures took you far away. With a smile and a joke and friends gathered round, Kev Baker blessed us all with the honesty and love that he had found.
Excellent, Buzz.
Yeah, bravo. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I gotta say, chat. What's it called? GTP3. And making that up. Just yet. We must keep humans in the loop. I think Kev would get on board with that. Then I would just add this, that I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing without the people stepping forward, like Buzz just did there, and contributing, their creativity, the memes and the edits and the clips, and it really, if you're making content and trying to put something out that's entertaining for folks, you really come to appreciate the human touches, like we just listened. And I'm a long way from being able to pull out anything as creative as that. So Buzz, thank you. It was very touching.
Absolutely, Buzz.
Well, we all miss him, and we're all gonna miss him for a long while yet. His stuff is there, and we're gonna need him. So it's good to be able to watch it and listen to his voice. His open-mindedness allowed a lot of us to actually question ourselves, let alone our beliefs. So thank you, Kev. Thank you, Captain, my captain. And with that, stay groovy, everyone. Stay groovy.
Take care, Buzz.
Thank you, Buzz.
Thank you.
Okay, get you back. Let's try that microphone again. Just unmute on the bottom and let her rip. Oh.
God, don't you hate tech, man?
Oh. Doggone it. I'm sorry, Sid. I'm just going to leave you up here while you work with it, and we're going to see if Polly can come back up.
It also might help if you shut the video off, possibly.
Yeah, he's got his video off, so we're just waiting for his audio. Polly, what's up, buddy?
Polly's here.
Polly's here.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. Can you mute your YouTube back there?
My YouTube is muted.
Okay, it's a tiny echo. It's not a big deal. Don't even worry about it.
I'll just shut it down.
That's fine.
So okay, here's where I gotta just jump in and give my little 2 cents, and they're Canadian cents, so it's not even the same value as British pence. But if it wasn't for Kev Baker, I wouldn't know. Basically, if anybody in this chat room that knows who I am, it's because Kev Baker. I met Jimmy Jeans, I met Nese, I met Algo, I met Luna, I met Jules, I met Connie G, I met Leslie, I met all these people through Kev Baker. And one other thing I want to point out here too is, and this is what's really fascinating to me, is that a lot of the people that I met when I stumbled into Kev Baker, and I did stumble into Kev Baker because, ironically, many of the people that I ended up stumbling into in the Kev Baker chat had stumbled into for the exact same reason, and it was because they had reached a sort of a low point or experienced some kind of a loss, and it was the Kev Baker family that kind of cradled us, for lack of a better word, or more descriptive, more accurate word, that's kind of saved us. He was just a savior to a lot of people. Even I didn't know him when he was doing all these shows pre TFR, on these other independent media networks. And that, and to me, to be quite honest, it doesn't even matter that I knew him or not back then. but he just had his way of bringing everybody together, like minds. And of course, being born in Scotland, when I first heard his show, the accent is clearly, I'm like, oh, like, yeah, okay, he's gonna have a sense of humor. And so I started listening, and that's where I met all of y'all. Everybody here, Renzo, like everybody in the chat room that I know, or online for that matter, because I didn't have an online presence, or even wanted an online presence. But now my best friends are online, and it's because of Kevin Baker. So
Well, to
I
share
just
something-
want to say thank you. If he's listening, I know he is. He's probably kicking me in the balls right now, etherically speaking. Thanks, Kev. Just thanks. Thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done without you.
Well said, Polly.
One
Well
thing
said.
I want to share about Polly. So, go into the chat room during the Kev Baker shows. They would talk about Discord, KBS on Discord, and I am very resistant because of being blind of trying out new apps and different programs. And so, me and Polly connected on Skype, and Polly said, "Hey, I will help you figure out Discord." And so Polly was willing to be on Skype with me for 2 hours minimally, going through and sharing with me about Discord and how to navigate it.
And I had no idea what I was getting into there, in my defense.
You learned you are a patient man, didn't you?
Hey, it was a fascinating experience, to be quite honest. It was really fascinating to see how somebody with such limited resources, speaking in terms of his blindness, how he was able to interact. But I remember one time, I'm pretty sure I was like, hey, Nese, can you slow down the way your chatbot speaks to you so I can hear it? Because he'd been listening to it for like 10 years already, and so it was just blah, 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 blah. And so it's like someone listening to Russell Brand for the first time. If you don't know how to listen to it, you can't hear it. And yeah, anyways, that was an interesting experience. I remember that, Nese.
Well, I appreciate you, brother, and thank you so much for that assistance. And Polly and the family at KBS, it's been a privilege, and I'm so fortunate that everyone there is so accepting and so loving. And just like a family, you have your little dramas here and there, but it's always a place where you can go where people, they all care. And that's another brilliant example of where this phenomenal individual Kevin David Baker brought us together.
Exactly. And you know what else he would do is, if you were a dick, he would just say fuck off.
Yeah, he would.
That's what I love about him.
Yeah. True testament. Right on, Polly.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll let everybody else go behind me if there's people waiting in line. I just wanted to say I am thankful for all of you people that I know through Kev Baker. I will never forget you, and I will never forget the captain and KBS for life, bros, and sizzes, and whatever else you want to call yourself. I love you all forever.
Right on, Polly.
Love you, Polly.
Thank you, brother.
All right, Polly Nation, good guy up in Canada. Let's try Sidovich again. I think he's got it squared away. Hi, Sid.
There is 100 bicycles in Beijing. So they say.
Awesome, brother. How are you? Good to hear you.
Is it working now?
You sound 5x5.
5x5. That's good. Right. I've been waiting forever now. I should have been first. I'm the one that's been here the longest.
First, but your audio didn't work, so not on me, brother.
It's that tech. We're like I say,
Fucking tech.
yeah,
Can we,
nightmare.
can we swear now?
Absolutely.
All right. That's
You just be yourself. You know, Kev knew you. I knew Kev,
Oh yeah,
and
you should see that video I shared on you on the Discord today. It's from Boxing Day 3 years ago. I called in Kev, and you can see on Kev's face when he takes the call, you can see that he knows that I'm the one calling, and you can see he's cringing. He's like, "Oh my god, this guy is drunk."
here comes Sid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Kev approved, so we approve. Carry on.
Yeah, yeah, and he was like, "Oh, okay." And then he was like, "Oh, so how was your Christmas?" And I was like, "Oh, it was fucking terrible."
And it's always been a joy when every now and then in the morning I would receive a call, and next thing you know, I'd hear, "How is my favorite fucking Anishinaabe?"
Yeah, that was my favorite Anishinaabe.
Oh, Sid, thank you, brother.
Well, you're my favorite Anishinaabe. I have another Anishinaabe friend on the PlayStation. You're the one on the PC.
You seriously do?
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Wow. There's like 30 Anishinaabe left in
No,
the
they're
U.S.
in Minnesota. I know.
And you know
I
two of them.
I know them. Yeah. Fucking Indians.
That's amazing.
You keep your queen over there in your country. Don't let her come to Minnesota anymore.
What? She was just over there to visit you. Did you get any flowers?
Well, I can't. I had to sign a non-disclosure agreement, so I
She
can't.
was just there to visit. Fuck's sake. You know, the Viking ship and everything over there? You know?
Yeah, that's another coincidence. Here in the town that
Yeah,
I
it's
live in,
just a coincidence.
there is an actual Viking 2-scale ship in the town that I live in that crossed the ocean to Norway.
Yeah. Do you think it will go back again soon?
Yeah, this time with a bunch of Anishinaabe on it.
Yeah. Oh no.
We're gonna invade you, Vikings.
Shit.
And we also have to give you, Sid, props, because he is one of the originators of the Discord. Him and ZX.
Yeah, we made Kev's Discord. Yeah.
And hopefully
Yeah.
somebody's dropping that in the chat so you can
Well,
join.
I can't do it now because I'm busy. I'm here talking to you and Dr. Kevin McCairn, PhD.
Thank you, Sid. How long were you waiting? Just
about 4 hours.
Oh no. Painful.
Oh.
Yeah, he called me this morning and I already wanted to start talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked yesterday. Well.
Anything else you want to share, brother?
Yes, a lot. I don't know where to start.
How about right
A lot
there?
about Kev.
Yeah, go ahead. What did Kev mean to you, my friend?
A lot. I watched one of the old videos earlier today just to prepare for today and like see if I could find some clips or something. And I watched the old video where I called in and I freaking started to cry when I listened to it. Yeah.
Tears of joy, brother.
Yeah, that's true. It's not sad tears, but yeah, happy tears. I miss Kev. I don't know, but we have like we talked privately. Not a lot of people know. we didn't talk in the chat rooms and stuff. We just talked privately. So
Yeah,
Which is
neither one of you
probably-
were. Go ahead, Nese.
Which is probably an incredible experience because both of them can barely speak English.
exactly, yeah. I could hardly understand what he said, and he could hardly understand what I said. But all we had together was like he was in Norway in the military when he was in the military. So yeah, that was good. Yeah, he was right next to where I live.
Well, and this is some of those strange synchronicities because when I was in
Yep.
high school, I was captain of the swim team, and we had a foreign exchange student who was from Norway.
Yeah.
And when we would start the swim meets with the national anthem, I reached out to his parents and asked them if they could send me a copy of the Norwegian national anthem. And so after we played the American anthem, the next thing you know, it's Ja, vi älskar detta.
Ja, vi älskar detta landet som det stiger höj.
And so it's just the synchronicities and the parallels that I had with Kev were just mind-boggling. And I went years without meeting a lot of Kevins. But then literally after meeting Kevin Baker and participating
yeah.
in his shows, next thing you know, Kevin started popping out.
Yeah, there are Kevins all
the
over.
place.
I met Kev Baker first, then I met you, Kevin Shores, then I met Kevin McCare, and I was like, Kev everywhere.
We need more Kevs in this world.
Absolutely.
I think it's enough. It's okay with just you.
Oh, I will tell you, for the you guys are a disproportionate set of brilliance, the Kevins. There's not that many Kevins out there, and all of y'all are smart. So I think that's...
Well, there is a little Kevin.
Yeah, Kev Jr.
And Junior, yeah.
If he's listening, but if you are, you can clearly hear how much your dad meant to everybody. So
I bet they know.
And Sid, you were a crappy gamer like Kev was a crappy gamer, so you guys had that in common,
Yes,
huh?
that's why I sent him a PlayStation. I actually did that. I actually sent him a PlayStation.
Right on.
One
you
memory
must be real
that
popular with Anne then.
No.
One fond memory that I have of Sid is I don't know if he was partaking in some alcohol, but all of a sudden he started dropping donations in the stream.
Yeah.
And then it was another donation and another donation and another donation.
Yeah, because he could just click the button.
And we were just laughing because all the
Yeah.
donations coming in, and we're like, I wonder how he's going to think of this tomorrow.
Oh yeah, he did like 20 super chats in a row.
Right?
And that was brilliant. I do remember that.
I do that sometimes. I still do that.
It's because you're a generous man.
Also,
do that.
speaking of generosity, sorry, Sid.
Last time I did that, it was with the Truth Seekers show, Stephen Cambion on YouTube. I suggest all of you watch him. It's a really good show.
You go to Dr. Kevin in my chat, and you should be at our streams too.
Me?
No, Sid should be in yours and mine.
Oh.
If
Yeah.
for chats like he's crazy, come on over.
I am crazy. You know I'm crazy.
I know, but I love you, I've missed you. You have no idea how much I've missed you. I spoke with somebody who you don't know who knows of you, and it was about
A lot of people know me.
4 days
I get
ago.
around on the internet.
You do, and it was about 4 days ago, and I said, you know who I miss? I miss Sidovich so much. He's when the Discord came up, you were so feisty and so fun, and to Kev Baker, bringing all the peeps together. So
Yeah. I speak my mind. I don't like to silence myself. if I feel like saying something, I'll say it.
Clearly.
Yeah. And also, my English might not be perfect, so sometimes maybe I get misconstrued. Yeah.
No, your English is plenty good. We know what you're saying. It's usually funny and sometimes it's cutting, but that's the point. So.
Yeah, blue chicken.
Right on.
A Dark Alliance. Huh?
So is anybody else popping in the chat, Mr. Wizard?
Yeah, Renzo is patiently waiting behind Sid.
Can't you just put her in? Can't you have 6, or can you just have 4?
Well, the
No.
challenge... Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead. Nice.
I was just going to say the challenge is what happens is with all of the data that video takes, it's been disrupting with StreamYard. And so if people shut off their video, we'll probably have a higher probability of adding more people.
And honestly, Sid, I mean, we can manage with the video. It's not that big a deal. The thing that I am more interested
I don't
in...
have video.
No.
I'm not the one talking about the video.
Hang on, buddy. I'd rather you be here for everything you want to share, and we'll wait until you're finished. I would just... I mean, I'd rather do that for you. I'd rather do that for Renzo. I'd rather do that for anybody who wants to be in line. So,
I wanna talk to Renzo.
Well, if you want to talk to Renzo, and Renzo, I know she'll talk to you. We'll bring her up, and we'll just roll with it and see what happens.
I think it's gonna be okay.
What up, Renzo?
Hi. Wait, can y'all hear me? Not yet.
We can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Tell Jess
Okay,
to
good.
mute herself. We can hear her. Say hi to Jess too.
Jesse out there says hello. Can it, Jesse, say something?
Yes, we hear you.
Hold on.
We see you.
I'm gonna mute myself.
So.
No, just talk. And we'll see. She doesn't. She's good.
We heard her. She's fine. So how are you?
Okay. I'm doing as a wise person once said. I'm doing as well as the universe will allow.
Nice.
That wise person would be Nese. Yeah. Dear friend, who I met via Kev's community.
On Kev's show one time.
Yeah. I never would have gotten the trouble I got into on the internet for Kev. Yeah. No, I found him. It's funny, the Jordy Rose interview. I was lurking on the internet and I saw that he was being interviewed. And I said, Jordy Rose interview. I got to watch this. And Kev, it's not often that I'm like, I like this streamer. I am going to subscribe to them and watch the next show that they have. And that Kev was one of those. He was that good. Not that it's just I'm easily distracted. But yeah.
Yeah, but that was quite the scout for
As
right?
Jesse made a good analogy. Oh, sorry, what?
Well, I was just going to say that
I
was
never
quite the
knew him
scout for
personally.
Kev.
I DM'd him like once. Yeah, but he was like, I always heard my friend Leslie tell me that he would mention me. And that just means part of the
Leslie
reason I
Dickery.
still stream. Yeah, she's a bestie. She really is. And she would tell me that Kev would, mention me sometimes, and that still is one of the things that keeps me going. Some days I feel like
we
absolute
talked
shit.
about you. You're cool. You're a good listener. You used at least on the Kev. You used to share a lot of stuff, and you used to go on to the after Kev show. Yeah.
Yeah, I miss
Remember?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I remember. Oh, those are good times. I mean, and I know y'all like there's still it's not the same without Captain Kev.
Nah. But it's still good.
But
We're still here.
I feel bad. Yeah. Y'all are still there. I need to remember that.
Everybody who loved Kev will always carry him in their heart and
But
carry
yeah.
his legacy forward, I think.
Amen.
Yeah, amen, brother.
Mhm. Amen.
Well, I was going to say earlier that to get Geordie Rose as a guest on his show, yeah, that was well done, Kev. Right?
Yeah, that was quite well done.
And,
I still
you know,
watch that to this day and take notes. There's some good
Yeah,
stuff when Jordy goes, we still don't know what time is. And I'm like, this is quality educational stuff.
Oh my god, it's 4:20.
I called him the professor, Kev.
You
Kev
know
the
what that
professor.
means?
420. What
Yeah,
are you still
it's that little short
doing
man
here?
with the mushroom.
In the morning.
It's that little short man with the mustache's birthday.
Yeah.
Short man
But
with
if
the
I
mustache.
may, yeah, he wore black uniforms. But one thing I wanted to point out about Renzo and what Renzo has contributed to Kev Baker is that when I would come on Freaky Fridays, every now and then I would bring slides, and I would reach out to Renzo, and Renzo was gracious enough to create these slides. And I forgot to ask Mr. Wizard if the slideshow was able to be ran in the background at all or not, but part of that slideshow was created by Renzo, for the Freaky Friday tribute that we did
Oh yeah, the background.
a year ago.
Yeah.
And another
It was an
coincidence.
honor.
Yeah, another coincidence is tomorrow is the 7th of January. And 1 year ago, on the 7th of January, it was a Friday when we did the Freaky Friday tribute show. And so I find it ironic because when we were planning on doing this, I brought up the fact that since his transition was on the new moon, how about we do the tribute show on the full moon? Because the new moon is that time of darkness in the night, and the full moon, and happy full moon, is the time of light in the darkness. And this is the full spectrum of the universe. And I have total faith in the universal struggle within the electromagnetic occurrence of finding balance between positive and neutral. And this is one of the things that I have joyously, and I know I'm saying that word a lot because that's how I feel with this tribute. It's a joyous occasion to celebrate this individual's existence and how he changed us, assisted us in that change.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gave me
He
courage.
brought us all
I don't know about
together.
y'all. Yeah, that too. The community. Oh man.
Yeah.
Y'all may know I call y'all the Discord fam.
Yeah, well, we are the Discord family,
Bunch of savages.
Yeah.
Well, that's the place that we have for ourselves now after Kev's gone. Like, there's no more Kev on YouTube, so the Discord is what we have if we want to talk to each other.
I tell you, one of the best days was Charlie Robinson was on Kev's stream, and in between commercial, it was actually after the TFR show. Kev always kept going and went in, and he brought Charlie with him. And Charlie was reading the Discord, and he's like, "God dang, you guys are a bunch of savages."
I heard that a couple of times.
And for Charlie, David, it's like, "Yep, we are. You should be part of the crowd."
Yeah. Nobody's gonna get kicked out of our Discord. You're entitled to your opinion. As long as you don't attack people, you're fine.
Yeah. And I never saw any of that anyway. At least
No.
I feel like Kev was the type of person he attracted.
Yeah,
the right
if
type of
people are nasty to each other, it's normally on DMs.
I've never seen any nastiness on Discord.
Well, I have.
Yeah, you're not in the right Discords then. That's.
But I haven't seen a lot
I
in
have
the
the
last 15
receipts.
years.
Yeah.
I have very low tolerance for nastiness on the internet. I'll just say I'm not going to do this. But you never saw that on Kev's community. The people behaved
No,
themselves for Kev.
no, never on the general chat or anything. It was, if there was any stupidness, it was always in private. Yeah.
So what do you say, Nese? We've been pushing 4.5 hours.
Well, I'm at a loss of words. Not. But yeah, I'm okay if no one else is wanting to jump in. If we could give a little dopamine fix, if someone could
Absolutely. I'm going to do that right
family
now.
that are still here.
Hey, Alco.
Yes,
can
sir.
you play a video?
I can play a video.
Um,
Drop it in the private chat, and I'll play it.
No, I can't. I
You
can't do
can't?
that because I'm on my cell phone. But I
Okay.
can drop it in the
YouTube
regular
chat.
chat.
Yeah, I'll get it and find it. In the meantime, Connie G, thanks for being here. Cinnamunk is still here. Jules, good doggy, hello. Jessica Rose, nice to see you, Jesse. Rorschach Mad is here. Buzzacino, of
Rorschach.
course. Jules. Anne, hi, Anne. We are doing this for your man, Anne. I hope we've done him proud. Leslie Dickey is here. Nice to see you, Leslie, as always. Renzo, of course. Polly Nation, Polly Contributor, Polly the Man. D-Light, hi D-Light. How are you? Glad you hung with us. A channel about nothing is Renzo, so ignore that one. Just kidding. Jocelyn Richards, hi there. Good to see you. And I think that's all who's in chat. For all you lurkers, Kev always said lurkers rule. And I adopted that because lurkers do rule.
Yes,
you guys
I
are the
do.
backbone of the digital realm.
Yes.
You don't come in, you don't contribute, but you do make us keep doing this. So I will say, yeah. Thank you all for being part of this. Means a lot. And they say reached out and said, hey, you want to be a part of this? And I said, of course. And it was the brain trust of Nano Girl and Jules and Nese.
And Luna.
And it's very sad that Luna didn't make it. Hey, Zach Butler, you're a lurker.
I
Awesome.
missed Luna today.
Yeah, Luna didn't make it, but
Luna? She's in Australia. She's probably asleep.
Buzzacino.
Who knows?
Yeah, it
Doing
should be
something
early
magical.
morning for her now.
Oh, it's afternoon now, but she had some challenges arose.
As
And
we
so
do.
we were hoping that we'd get some of the Aussie crew on here tonight. But yeah, I mean, well, first and foremost, thanking Pearl, Ann, and Junior, and Ken, his brother, and their brand new baby. That is an incredible gift for us to hopefully witness as they grow up. And we all have gone through these struggles, and there's highs and there's lows.
I did.
And everything in between. And we've lost loved ones, we've lost acquaintances, and it's that cycle of life. And it isn't fair, but the one thing that we can bring together is that we've had this opportunity to be here together, to experience this existence. And I am so grateful for the many adventures and experiences of positivity that I have found through my association with my dear brother, Kev. And I thank you all for the support. And Anne, when she gave us the go-ahead to move forward with this, that it was my honor to do such a thing. And I thank Jules and Luna and Sharon for being the soundboard when I had questions and challenges about doing this. And again, Doc, Kevin, thank you for immediately jumping up at first. And we understand the circumstances. And again, Mike, for being the pinch hitter and coming in and helping us make sure that this happened. So, as my people say, chi miigwech, a pe gish minobima ziwe rion. And did you find that video, Mr. Wizard?
I did, and I'm working on it. I'm on a different browser than normal because I have the permissions I have. So it's not kind of cooperating the way I'm used to, but I'm working on it. So
Yeah, that's typical.
give me just a second.
Leave it to the Norwegian to make it difficult.
No, it's. I'm gonna bounce out.
Indian piece of shit.
Stand by for a sec.
Yes, but from another perspective, it's fertilizer.
On another note, how's it going, Doctor?
Me? I'm just reminiscing right now.
I can see.
It's like Nese was saying, you know, I wanted to do this, but again, if I'd streamed it, it wouldn't have been able to go up on YouTube. That's really the
that's the difference.
And sad world that we're heading into. I wonder how much we can blame that Geordie Rose and his quantum states.
I have no idea.
Well, you know, the cliche, Doc, is you get the most flack when you're over target. And so you must be, you know, sharing the right things, you know, but unfortunately with the weaponization of fear and the social conditioning that we find, the powers that should not be utilizing every possible means for the continuation of power and energy, they're doing it. But I have faith. I have absolute faith, because without the negative, you can't have the positive and everything in between.
Here we go.
The gradient. You can't have energy without a gradient.
Did I
or
mess
a
it up?
transfer of energy.
No.
Maybe.
Okay, stand by. Hopefully the audio plays.
No audio.
Yeah. No.
Doggone it. Okay, sorry about that. It's not going to happen today. My apologies. My apologies, but I will put both links into the chat. I remember this tribute. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it was really good.
And I'm putting it into the chat. You'll have to watch it on your own. I failed.
Yeah, that was a good
It's okay. Okay. I feel that way too sometimes.
It's okay. Like,
Also-
don't kill yourself.
Also,
When I
if I
stream,
can
yeah,
add,
sometimes.
if I can add, you know, this stream here was specifically created for this event, and the moment that it was created, all of the passwords and keys were given to Anne, and there is potential and possibilities that this stream could be utilized for recognizing and remembering this incredible entity, because now on YouTube they have a opportunity of where you can make clips.
Yeah.
And so if you make a little clip of your favorite moment with Kev Baker,
I did
and
earlier
submit
today,
it,
and I sent it to
That's
you.
a good idea, just in general, for his
and if
stuff.
you submit it to the email KevDaveBaker.Remembering
I
at
sent it.
gmail.com, then Anne can scrutinize it, and I'd be absolutely willing to help.
Did you get it, Algo?
And then we could
What is
share those.
I didn't check.
Did you write
I
it down?
sent your email today.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a clip from Kev
Can we
Baker's
DM, Ann?
Yeah, in Discord, yeah, you can.
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
Sure. Whatever's easiest for Ann, so. Nese's there to help her, and I'm there to help Nese, so. All right.
Between the family and
The whole
we have
crew
you
is here.
cover. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Like I say, I was listening in. I had a good hour and a half before I jumped on. I really appreciate you putting the effort in. Yeah, and Kev Jr., stay strong, and Happy New Year. We'll speak soon, I hope.
Right on. Thank you, Dr. McCarran.
Thank you, Doc. Sid, you got any last words?
For once, Sid is silent? Okay.
I'll see you in that stream soon, Doc. I'm subscribed to you. I know.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for joining us, brother. How about Renzo? Any last words you wish to share?
May the force be with us all.
I'll take
and Mr. Wizard, Mike Elgo.
Well, I would say, however Kev showed up in your life, just it's the old pay it forward thing. Kev meant so much to touch everybody, literally. From that, share it with somebody. Don't hoard it.
Hoard it.
How about you, Nese?
I wanted to say a special thank you from Pearl and Ann. I know they greatly appreciate this, and we hope that it will help bring positivity to all of you that are still going through your grieving process. And this opportunity is beneficial in continuing that process. And as my ancestors called it, the wiping away the tears. And so bring those tears of joy and let them flow, because we all know it was the Kev Baker show that brought us all together here. We are. And thank you, Captain. I love you, and your presence is consistently felt. And bring me back a souvenir from Speculation Island.
There you go. So before we go, I just put everybody backstage except you and I. I did want you sent me from Christopher Everard. You ready?
Oh, please.
Okay. I'm very sad to say that Kev Baker has passed away. I had a bad turn a couple of years ago with the heart strain, and I filled in for him on his nighttime radio show. Kev was always enthusiastic and optimistic, and battled to get information out to the world, which was routinely deleted or censored. Frankly, Kev was the only independent radio voice in Scotland left. The BBC and the mainstream have more or less destroyed freedom of speech on the Scottish airwaves. Kev loved his family and was a very keen collector of radio and audio gear. Kev kept his YouTube channel and radio show alive from sheer willpower. Kev was a former British Army soldier and brought to his radio shows on Truth Frequency insider knowledge about what it is like to be on the front line of the New World Order. Over the years, I have been a guest on his show in which we unpacked and exposed the Scottish referendum vote rigging. Kev was one of the first people to show video footage of blatant vote rigging. We also did special broadcasts about Brexit and interviewed the mother of the Hampstead whistleblower children. Kev was one of the people who became enthralled and enthused with researching the Illuminati following his viewing of my early documentary films. And we had fascinating after-show chats, discussing the minute detail of how the satanic network of secret societies work. The underground media over these last few years has become overground. Movies such as The Matrix took the grassroots rumblings about how people are hypnotized and wander around like sheep and made mainstream. YouTube constantly battled with Kev to block and censor his show. His entire channel was switched off, saying that it was not child friendly. Kev's viewing statistics from YouTube have always been understated. Somehow, which I see here on posts were constantly meant to only get a couple of hundred likes, but my website is visited by people from 100 countries every day. Big Tech tried their best to demonetize Kev, but he kept fighting. I should also mention that Kev had a regular co-host who are all still doing a great job. Had regular co-hosts, especially John and Scotty, and the other regulars on the Woo shows, which were always entertaining, informative, and weird. Broadcasting every night without ever showing repeats and keeping this up 5 times a week for years on end is very hard work. Just booking guests is a full-time job. Kev did it all. Mostly with little assistance, and he deserves a special place in heaven. Kev was put under immense strain by YouTube. As far as I'm concerned, they have blood on their hands. Rest in peace, Kev. We never planned to fail. We only failed to plan. And with that, I will tell everyone good night. Thank you for being part of this Nese, Nano Girl, Jules, and Luna. Thank you for bringing me into this.
Toodles, miracles, share the giggles.